Chapter 690. But it doesn't matter. Soon, he'll be mine. Staring at the long banner in the star demon god's hand, Feng Zichen said greedily. Then he suddenly raised Hongmeng Daozhong and smashed it at the chaos demon god. However, how could the star demon god, who had been taken advantage of once, be taken advantage of for the second time? From the beginning, he had diverted part of his attention to guard against Hongmeng Daozhong. Therefore, when he saw Hongmeng Daozhong coming at him, the star demon god used the banner as a stick and smashed it at Hongmeng Daozhong. Dang! A loud bell rang and reverberated in the void. It stirred up a terrifying sound wave and shattered everything around it. Humph! After the attack, the star demon god groaned and flew back at a speed faster than when he came. At the same time, Hongmeng Daozhong was also sent flying by the huge impact and smashed into the depths of an unknown space-time. Kill! After being sent flying by the attack, the star demon god quickly readjusted his state and continued to wave the banner at Feng Zichen. However, as he retreated and advanced, Feng Zichen gained enough time. He took advantage of the time when the star demon god was sent flying by Hongmeng Daozhong to draw with his hands. In the blink of an eye, he engraved countless mysterious runes on Zhouxing Tu to help him completely suppress the lower half of the star demon god's body. Even so, Feng Zichen was still worried. After doing all this, he threw Zhouxing Tu to the bottom of the Tree of World. With the combined power of the two, he suppressed the star demon god's body. Only then was he completely relieved. At this moment, the star demon god appeared in front of Feng Zichen as he waved the banner. Kill! Without the burden of the Zhouxing diagram, Feng Zichen could completely unleash his full power. With a long roar, he charged towards the star demon god. He didn't use any magic treasures. He fought the star demon god with just his physical body. This was not because Feng Zichen was arrogant, but because he had enough confidence. Even the star demon god was not his match when he was at his peak, let alone when he was in a half-crippled state. Through the fight, just now, Feng Zichen could basically confirm that the star devil god was seriously injured before the fight with him. The injuries were so severe that the star demon god had no choice but to enter a deep slumber to heal himself. Affected by this, the star demon god was unable to unleash even 1/100th of his strength. It was precisely because of this that he was so easily cut in half by Feng Zichen. Otherwise, even if Feng Zichen could win against the star demon god at his peak, he would have to pay a high price. In any case, it wouldn't be as simple as it was now. Boom, boom, boom. In an unknown space-time, Feng Zichen and the star demon god began to fight in a lively manner. To be precise, it was the star demon god who only had the upper half of his body. At the level of the star demon god, rebirth from a drop of blood was already an instinct. Therefore, even if his body was cut in half, he could easily condense a new body. It was just not as strong as the previous one. However, the Ziwei Emperor's aura in Feng Zichen's body was too overbearing. He, who had perfectly inherited the Hongmeng's aura and the Ziwei star's power, had the power to destroy everything. The star demon god's body was cut in half by Feng Zichen's Ziwei Emperor's aura. The remaining Ziwei Emperor's aura was not extinguished. It was still entangled around the star demon god's wound. Not only did it prevent him from recovering his physical body, it was also devouring his strength to continue growing, causing greater damage to him. Just a portion of his strength to suppress the Ziwei Emperor's aura in his wound had already affected the strength of many star demon gods. The long banner in his hand was powerful enough to make up for his shortcomings. That was why he could fight with Feng Zichen so well. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. In fact, if Feng Zichen had chosen to use his Dharma treasure, the star demon god would have been defeated long ago. However, it was not easy to find a suitable opponent to fight. Feng Zichen did not want to end the battle so early. He still wanted to have a hardy battle to verify his true strength. In addition, every move and style of the Chaos Demon God contained the mystery of the Great Tao. Feng Zichen could benefit a lot from fighting with him. As such, how could he stop before he got enough benefits? This battle was different from the battle with the Grand Pure One. Although Feng Zichen did not use any Dharma treasure, he did not hold back and did not hide his strength. In other words, the current Feng Zichen was fighting with the star demon god in the state of the fifth heaven of primordial chaos. It could be said that this was the first time he was going all out since he broke through to the primordial chaos. Boom! As the two of them fought, terrifying fluctuations constantly erupted, causing the void to return to the state of nothingness. Time flowed by inadvertently. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. At that moment, Feng Zichen finally squeezed out the last bit of value from the star demon god and decided to end the battle. Whoosh! While the star demon god was not paying attention, Feng Zichen's heart stirred and he summoned a green lotus. The lotus was surrounded by the aura of creation and had 24 petals. It was the Khanate Merit Cardinal Treasure, the 24th grade green lotus of creation. Before he went to the Great Thousand World, Feng Zichen knew that he would definitely experience several fierce battles, and even his life would be in danger. To be safe, before he came, he not only brought the Zhouxing painting and the Hongmeng Daozhong, but also took the Human Path Cardinal Treasure, the 10,000 Spirit Crown from Luai's, and the 24th grade Green Lotus of Creation from Xianqing. It could be said that this trip to the Great Thousand World had almost emptied Feng Zichen's family fortune. It was easy to get the 10,000 Spirit Crown from Luai's. However, the 24th grade Green Lotus of Creation had long been used by Xianqing as a treasure to entrust the three thoughts of good and evil. He had divided it into 3 parts and used it to sever corpses. This time, in order to restore the 24th grade Green Lotus of Creation, Xianqing had paid a great price. At the very least, his vitality would be greatly damaged. From this, it could be seen how determined Feng Zichen was to come to the Great Thousand World. Since he had paid such a great price, there was no reason for him to fail. Whoosh! The 24th grade Green Lotus of Creation silently appeared behind the star demon god and directly knocked the long banner out of his hand. Then, the Green Lotus trembled and released several rays of holy light of creation, which swept the long banner onto the lotus platform and suppressed it. Green Lotus of Creation? Oh no! Recognizing the treasure in front of him, the star demon god was shocked at first. Then, he came back to his senses and hurriedly ran forward to snatch the long banner back. However, Feng Zichen would not give him the chance to do so. The jade crown on his head suddenly released 72 rays of light, which evolved into the 10,000 spirit shadow. They whistled and swooped down toward the star demon god. At the same time, Feng Zichen did not forget to form seals with his hands and blasted out all kinds of mysterious divine powers. Together with the 10,000 spirit shadow, they blasted toward the star demon god. Ah! There was a scream. The star demon god was caught off guard and was hit by the 10,000 spirit shadow and Feng Zichen's divine powers. With a bang, the remaining half of the star demon god's body from the head down exploded. Keep! Without giving the star demon god a chance to react, Feng Zichen activated the 10,000 spirit crown again. Several rays of light swept away and suppressed the star demon god's body that had exploded. The 10,000 spirit crown had been strengthened by the 3 gods. In addition to the development of the celestial demon Dao and martial arts, it had become a Khanate ultimate treasure. Under Feng Zichen's activation, it was more than enough to suppress the chaos demon god's broken body. In this way, the star demon god was only left with a head. Victory and defeat were already very clear. Haha! Star demon god, it's time to end this. Hongmeng Daozhong, suppress. With a long laugh, Feng Zichen grabbed the Hongmeng Daozhong and covered the star demon god's head. The star demon god with only a head left was naturally no match for Feng Zichen. With a clang, he was taken into the Hongmeng Daozhong. Refined, without any superfluous words, and without giving the star demon god a chance to destroy himself, Feng Zichen activated the Hongmeng Daozhong and began to refine his head. There was no doubt that if the star demon god had a mark of the great path in his body, it would be in his head, because his true spirit was there. Clang, 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 clang. The Hongmeng Daozhong trembled violently, and a vast amount of Hongmeng qi emerged from his body, drowning the star demon god's head and refining his power bit by bit. At this time, Feng Zichen also had a serious look on his face. He was doing his best to activate the Hongmeng Daozhong, keeping it in peak condition to prevent the star demon god from escaping. At this point, if the star demon god still managed to escape, all his efforts would be in vain. This state lasted for thousands of years before Feng Zichen completely refined the star demon god's head. Great Emperor of Ziwei, I'll remember you. You've won this time, but you won't be so lucky next time. With the last of his strength, the star demon god's head was completely refined after finishing his threat. It became the purest source of chaos and was absorbed by the Hongmeng Daozhong. Star demon god, I'm looking forward to our next meeting. I don't know what kind of surprise you'll bring me then. After listening to the star demon god's last words, Feng Zichen shook his head and replied with a smile, not caring whether he heard it or not. He was not so naive as to think that he could completely kill the star demon god just like that. That was obviously impossible. If the demon god of chaos was so easy to kill, Pangu wouldn't have let him live until now. At the very least, he would have completely destroyed a portion of him, and not all of him would have survived. Something that even Pangu couldn't do, Feng Zichen naturally couldn't do it. Therefore, the star demon god must still be alive. He just didn't know where he was hiding. Moreover, the star demon god wasn't so stupid as to let the star macro world be his last trump card, especially when the star macro world wasn't safe. After discovering that the great wide world wasn't peaceful, and that the demon gods of chaos would also fight against each other, Feng Zichen understood that his previous belief that the great wide world was the last fortress of the demon gods of chaos was completely wrong. Perhaps the great wide world was the greatest capital for the demon gods of chaos to counterattack the untainted land, but it was definitely not their last trump card. Here, there was a possibility of dying at any time. How could the demon gods of chaos place their last hope here? Therefore, killing the demon gods of chaos here might cause them great losses, but they would never die. Feng Zichen and the star demon god would meet one day sooner or later. Presumably, by then, it would be another fierce battle, or a one-sided crushing. Collecting his drifting thoughts, Feng Zichen turned his eyes back to Hongmeng Daozhong. At this time, Hongmeng Daozhong was undergoing a transformation. In the head of the star demon god, in addition to a part of his origin, there was also his immortal chaotic real spirit. The real spirit of the demon god of chaos was a good thing, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was the carrier of the Great Way. If it was used to refine treasures, it would be easy to refine a chaotic spiritual treasure of high grade. The mark of the Great Way that Hongmeng Daozhong needed was also in the real spirit of the demon god of chaos. Therefore, after refining the head of the star demon god, Hongmeng Daozhong had a certain degree of improvement. However, if Hongmeng Daozhong wanted to be promoted to a chaotic supreme treasure, it needed at least more than 2,000 marks of the Great Way, close to 3,000 marks of the Great Way. That was to say, after devouring the mark of the Great Way in the body of the star demon god, Hongmeng Daozhong would be promoted to a certain degree, but there would be no essential change. 1 mark was still too little. 100 marks was more like it. However, it's better than nothing. After putting away Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen comforted himself. It seemed like the primordial Chaos Dao Bell's path of advancement was really far away. If not for the fact that Hongmeng Daozhong was too miraculous, he would have given up. However, this was just a thought. He would not put it into practice. Let's not think about Hongmeng Daozhong anymore. Next, it's time to promote the Zhouxing map. Putting the matter of Hongmeng Daozhong aside, Feng Zichen was just about to retrieve the Zhouxing map from the Tree of World. He saw something fall out from the inside of Hongmeng Daozhong. Feng Zichen went forward to take a look and found that the thing that fell out was the skull of the star demon god, as well as his eyes. That's right. Hongmeng Daozhong wanted the true spirit of the star demon god. Things like skulls and eyes were useless to him, so he kept them. However, although these things were useless to Hongmeng Daozhong, they were useful to Feng Zichen. These were the main materials for refining innate cardinal treasures. The hardness of the skull of the star demon god could be imagined. It was not weaker than an innate cardinal treasure. If he could find a suitable heavenly material and earthly treasure and refine it carefully, he might be able to refine an innate cardinal treasure. No, he could definitely refine it. The moment he saw the skull of the star demon god, Feng Zichen suddenly remembered something. It was this that made him confirm the use of this item. When he was free, he had used the power of Pangu's god to sneak into the river of time and space to peek into the future of the primordial world. P.S. Looking for next month's votes? Brothers, there's still half an hour left. Now it's the double monthly votes period. I'm still 160 monthly votes away from 2,000 monthly votes, which is 80 chapters. If I can reach 2,000 monthly votes in the next half an hour, then tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, I'll definitely be able to reach 10,000 monthly votes a day. If I can't do it, I'll live stream in female clothes. So please, give me some monthly votes. Chapter 691. Therefore, Feng Zichen saw many scenes of the future. Among them, there were many about the boundless starry sky. He saw that among the countless futures, there was a possibility that the boundless starry sky would give birth to a primordial treasure called the Universal Temple. However, this kind of future was very rare among the countless futures of the boundless starry sky. There was only one in tens of millions of futures. This meant that this kind of future was only a possibility among the countless futures, and it was very difficult to realize it. Among these countless futures, Feng Zichen saw more of a supreme-grade primordial spirit treasure called the Universal Temple being born in the boundless starry sky. Using the future to predict the present, Feng Zichen came to a conclusion that the boundless starry sky would definitely give birth to a Dharma treasure called the Universal Temple in the future. And this Dharma treasure would at least be a supreme-grade primordial spirit treasure, and there was even a slight possibility of it becoming a primordial treasure, although this possibility was very slim. However, that was in the past. Now it was different. The slim chance would become a reality in Feng Zichen's hands. And all of this originated from the skull of the stellar demon god in his hands. The reason why the Universal Temple could not become a primordial treasure was that its origin was insufficient. Feng Zichen simply placed the skull of the stellar demon god in the boundless starry sky and used it as an embryo to nurture the Universal Temple. The skull of the stellar demon god was the main material for refining primordial treasures. In addition to the nurturing of the origin of the boundless starry sky, the Universal Temple that was born from this point would definitely be a primordial treasure. There was no doubt about this. The Universal Temple had the possibility of becoming a primordial treasure, but it was a little slim. What Feng Zichen wanted to do was to use the skull of the stellar demon god to infinitely magnify this possibility until it reached 100%. I've struck gold. Feng Zichen thought happily as he put away the skull of the stellar demon god. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he had obtained a future primordial treasure was enough for him to recoup his losses or even make a profit. Not to mention, other than that, he also had other gains. For example, the stellar demon god's eyes. This was also a precious treasure that was hard to come by. The energy it contained was no less than that of an ordinary desolate main star. If they were placed in the boundless starry sky, it would not be long before there would be two more powerful stars in the untainted land. However, in this way, it was obviously a waste. Given the current situation of the primordial world, there was no lack of two powerful stars. Therefore, such a treasure should have been refined into a connate supreme treasure. No, that might not be the case. The Starfian Celestial's eyes had many uses. It was not as simple as refining connate cardinal treasures. As for how to use it, Feng Zichen really had to think about it carefully. He couldn't make a decision so easily. With this in mind, he put away the eyes of the star devil god and retrieved the Zhoxing map from under the Tree of World. At this moment, with the fall of the star demon god, The lower half of his body that was sealed in the Zhouxing diagram quieted down and fell into complete silence, as if he was dead. Regarding this, Feng Zichen also cared. It didn't matter if he was faking his death or really dead. Anyway, he had to refine it. At that time, regardless of whether it was real or fake, the star demon god would die. Then, Feng Zichen spent another 1,000 years to refine the lower half of the star demon god's body. In this way, he obtained half of the skeleton of the star devil god and a ball of pure origin of chaos. He put away the skeleton of the star demon god for future use. Feng Zichen let the Zhouxing map devour the remaining chaos origin. Then, he did not have time to rest. He took out the 10,000 spirit crown and refined the broken upper half of the star demon god's body that was sealed inside. After that, he spent another 1,000 years to obtain the other half of the skeleton of the star demon god and a ball of pure chaos origin. As usual, he put away the skeleton of the star demon god for future use. The ball of chaos origin was still devoured by Feng Zichen map for the Zhouxing map. There was no other way. Next, the Zhouxing map was going to devour the broken long banner in the star demon god's hand. But the gap between the two was too big. If he did not add something to the Zhouxing map, even if the star banner was placed in front of him, he probably would not be able to refine it. Therefore, Feng Zichen had to give the chaos origin to the Zhouxing map to devour to help him improve his grade so that he could prepare to devour the star banner next. If the gap between them was too big, it was not certain who would devour who. When everything was ready, Feng Zichen combined the power of the 3 congenital treasures, the Zhouxing map, the 24th grade green lotus of creation, and the 10,000 spirit crown, and blasted them at the star banner. Boom! Boom! Terrifying power surged in the depths of time and space. Without the control of the star demon god, how could the star banner, which was in a severely damaged state, be a match for the 3 congenital treasures? Not long after, with a bang, the star banner shattered under the attack of the 3 congenital treasures, turning into countless pieces of various sizes. Keep. At this moment, Feng Zichen suddenly activated the Zhouxing map, rolled up all the pieces of the star banner, and put them in. After that, it would be a long refining process. It could be 10,000 years or 100,000 years. In short, it would take a very long time. And when the Zhouxing map finished refining, it would transform to an extremely terrifying level and become the top congenital treasure in one fell swoop. After all, he had refined more than half of the star demon god's origin and a chaos spiritual treasure, the star banner, which was comparable to a supreme grade congenital treasure. No matter what kind of amazing transformation happened, it was not surprising. However, Feng Zichen did not have the time to wait for the Zhouxing map to transform. He had other things to do. Therefore, after putting away the Zhouxing map, he continued to rush to the Great Thousand World. This time, killing the star demon god had given Feng Zichen a taste of sweetness. One star demon god had given such a big harvest. If he killed a few more star demon gods, wouldn't he make a fortune? Killing chaos demon gods could be said to be the most profitable business in the untainted land. Therefore, he planned to find an opportunity to kill a few more chaos demon gods before the rest of them reacted. Bastard, you're courting death. Stay. A terrifying battle broke out outside the great wide world, accompanied by a series of shocked and angry voices. Dozens of chaos demon gods woke up from their deep sleep, stepped out of their great thousand world, and attacked a purple figure. And that purple figure was undoubtedly Feng Zichen. Not long ago, Feng Zichen returned to the great thousand world from an unknown space-time. It did not take long for him to lock on to his next target. The result was unexpectedly smooth. Under Feng Zichen's sneak attack, the demon god of chaos died in his hands with grievance. However, something unexpected happened when the chaos demon god was about to die. It was unknown what method the chaos demon god used to hide from Feng Zichen's perception and spread the news of his death. Good heavens! How could this be? After hearing the news, the surrounding chaos demon gods who were in deep slumber woke up from their deep slumber in shock. Then, They learned about the death of the star demon god and the chaos demon god from the aura left in the void. All of a sudden, those chaos demon gods who woke up were dumbfounded. Good heavens! Really good heavens! Someone actually dared to come to the Great Thousand World to raid their hometown when they were seriously injured and asleep? This person's arrogance was really rare in the world. Moreover, when did the chaos demon gods fall to the point of becoming someone else's prey? This was truly preposterous. After the shock, an uncontrollable anger surged in the chaos demon god's heart. Then they attacked angrily. With a shocking murderous aura, they left their world and attacked Feng Zichen. At this time, Feng Zichen was packing up his spoils of war and preparing to head to the next target. However, just as he stepped out of this world, he bumped into a chaos demon god. At that time, he did not realize that the situation was wrong. Instead, he felt that he was really lucky. He was just thinking about the chaos demon god when one came to him. Without any hesitation, Feng Zichen and the chaos fiend celestial, who had appeared out of nowhere, engaged in a fierce battle. However, what happened after that was somewhat out of his control. As the two of them fought, more and more chaos demon gods rushed over and joined forces with the previous chaos demon god to attack Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen was not afraid of 5, 6, 7, or 8 chaos demon gods. Even if he couldn't win, it wouldn't be difficult for him to get away. However, in just a short while, the number of chaos demon gods that appeared in front of him had exceeded the single digits and reached as many as 13. In fact, Feng Zichen could see from the corner of his eye that more chaotic demon celestials had awakened in succession in the distance and were rushing over rapidly. At this time, if Feng Zichen still did not realize that there was a problem, he would have lived in vain. Therefore, he made a decision at the first moment. Leave? He absolutely could not continue to stay here. Otherwise, once more chaos demon gods rushed over and surrounded him, he would not be able to leave. Given the hatred between him and the chaos demon gods, once he fell into the hands of the chaos demon gods, he would definitely end up in an unimaginably miserable state. If that really happened, perhaps death would be an extravagant hope for Feng Zichen. Therefore, he had to leave and not fall into the hands of the chaos demon gods. Let's go. After making a decision, Feng Zichen did not continue to be entangled with the chaos demon gods and directly used the Hongmeng Daozhong with all his might. Dong, the Dao bell soared across the sky and hung down wisps of Hongmeng Qi, forcing the chaos demon gods who were entangled with Feng Zichen to retreat and opening up an escape route. Swoosh, after putting away the Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen turned into a purple light, quickly passed through the passage, and fled into the distance. However, how could the chaos demon gods who were burning with anger allow him to escape so easily? Chase him. We must not let him leave this place alive. Seeing that Feng Zichen was about to escape, the group of chaos demon gods who were besieging him chased after him without hesitation. If they really let Feng Zichen escape, they would be utterly disgraced as chaos demon gods. Just like that, a huge chase began. Rumble. In the process of the chase, great battles broke out from time to time. The terrifying fluctuations spread out. It was unknown how many living beings living in the great wide world and countless small and medium worlds were alarmed. From time to time, there would be world-ending fluctuations above their heads. Mortals were still fine, as they could not feel it clearly. However, it was different for cultivators. The more powerful they were, the more they could understand how terrifying the power above their heads was. This was simply making it hard for him to eat and sleep. Once that power fell, not to mention living beings, even the world would be destroyed. As time passed, the number of chaos demon gods chasing after Feng Zichen increased. In just 100 years, the number of chaos demon gods chasing after him increased from 13 to hundreds. In the beginning, Feng Zichen still had the intention to turn back and fight with them. However, when a number of chaos demon gods broke through to 30, he completely extinguished the thought of resisting and focused on escaping into the distance. When the number of chaos demon gods broke through to 100, Feng Zichen really regretted it. At this time, not to mention resisting, he did not even dare to turn back. He just braced himself and ran for his life. The chase continued for about 1,000 years. Feng Zichen finally found an opportunity to escape back to the untainted land with the help of the power of the Tree of World. In this way, he finally got rid of the pursuit of the chaos demon gods. Phew, how exciting! Under the Tree of World, Feng Zichen let out a long breath. His experience not long ago was really thrilling. It was like dancing on a steel wire. If he was not careful, he would have been at risk of death. It was really exciting. However, the gains were often proportional to the risks. Although his experience was thrilling, his gains were also extremely gratifying. On the trip to the Outer Realm, Feng Zichen killed 2 chaos demon gods, which directly more than doubled his value. In particular, he had gained something from another chaos demon god that was not inferior to what he had gained from the star demon god. After the star demon god, the chaos demon god who was attacked and killed by Feng Zichen was called the dark yellow demon god. After killing him, Feng Zichen obtained a complete set of the dark yellow demon god's bones, a complete set of the origin of chaos, and a broken chaos spirit treasure, the dark yellow bell. This time, it directly made Feng Zichen rich. Oh right, in addition, Feng Zichen also obtained 2 complete worlds. That's right, they were the worlds owned by the dark yellow demon god and the star demon god. Since the things were already in his hands, how could Feng Zichen hand them over? Therefore, before leaving the battle, he used the power of the Tree of World to move the 2 complete worlds to the depths of time and space and hide them. This point was not difficult for the Tree of World. Since it was named after the world, the power of the Tree of World could be imagined. It was just moving the worlds. It could not be any simpler. If the appearance of the Chaos Demon God had not ruined Feng Zichen's plan. When the 3,000 worlds were completed, he could use the power of the Tree of World to drag the 3,000 worlds away one by one. He would bring them all under his rule and would never let outsiders get even one. But unfortunately, as the Chaos Demon God broke out of the seal, the 3,000 worlds were out of his control, causing his plan to collapse before it could even begin. However, it did not matter. While everyone's attention was still on the primordial world and not paying attention to the 3,000 worlds, he could plan in advance and try his best to bring more worlds under his control. As for the way of the heavens, F***CK, the way of the heavens. In the past, it was because Feng Zichen was too timid that he missed too many opportunities. Now, Feng Zichen finally understood. The way of the heavens was nothing. As long as you did not take it seriously, it was nothing. Since you did not take the way of the heavens seriously, why should you worry about its restrictions? Don't let it touch the great wide world. Feng Zichen chuckled. The way of the heavens was about to be unable to protect itself. How could it have the mood to care about anything else? The great wide world was there. If Feng Zichen did not move or was too late, when Dao Ancestor Hong Jun and the others reacted and swarmed to the great wide world, Feng Zichen would not even be able to eat leftovers. The way of the heavens had been tainted by Dao Ancestor Hong Jun. If he continued to look at the way of the heavens with his old eyes, wouldn't he be cheated to death? After all, the way of the heavens was different. It was time for Feng Zichen to change his mind. Otherwise, he would not even be able to eat the hot leftovers. In short, the way of the heavens was about to become someone else's. If he continued to maintain his reverence for it, he would be irresponsible for his own safety. The unfair way of the heavens, he would not admit it. Therefore, he was determined to take the 3,000 worlds. Even Dao Ancestor Hong Jun could not stop him. However, now was not the time. Now, the demon god of chaos was sharpening his knife against Feng Zichen. As long as he dared to continue to appear, what awaited him would definitely be endless pursuit. For the sake of his own life, Feng Zichen decided to wait for a while before going to the 3,000 worlds. It was not a long time, only a few thousand years. After all, the demon gods of chaos were seriously injured and could not exist in the outside world for a long time. If they stayed for a long time, they would not be able to hold on and would continue to fall into a deep sleep. And this was where Feng Zichen's confidence to return to the great wide world lay. In fact, it did not take thousands of years at all. It only took a few hundred years. If the demon gods of chaos could not find the whereabouts of Feng Zichen, they would naturally give up looking for him. It was not that they were impatient, but that their state did not allow them to do so. Moreover, although the demon gods of chaos were in the great wide world, it did not mean that they were completely isolated from the untainted land. Don't forget that there were still some clones of the demon gods of chaos hidden in the untainted land. Through these clones, the demon gods of chaos could keep track of the untainted land. Therefore, as long as Feng Zichen showed up in the untainted land, the demon gods of chaos in the great wide world would get the news immediately. P.S. Yesterday, I offered a reward for monthly votes. In fact, the condition was not met. I got 40 votes out of 80. However, I still decided to do it today. This is to repay the readers for their support. The next chapter should be very late. Chapter 692. In this way, the demon gods of chaos who received the news about Feng Zichen could not go to the untainted land to fight him, even if they were unwilling. Since they could not do anything to Feng Zichen for the time being, the demon gods of chaos had no choice but to continue sleeping. After all, sleeping would reduce their consumption and heal their injuries. Maintaining a sober state would continue to aggravate their injuries. For this reason, the demon gods of chaos were unwilling to wake up if it was not necessary. It's been thousands of years since I left the untainted land. It's time to show up and show my existence and comfort the demon gods of chaos. After a short rest under the Tree of World, Feng Zichen returned to the boundless starry sky. However, he was not in a hurry to show up. Instead, he went to the core of the boundless starry sky, where its source was. Since he was back, the first thing he did was to place the skull of the star demon god in preparation for the birth of the universal temple, which was a primordial treasure. This matter was related to the birth of the primordial treasure, so it could not be delayed. The source of the boundless starry sky was not far from the Ziwei star. No, to be precise, the source of the boundless starry sky was in the same place as the Ziwei star. It was just that they were in different spaces. The void where the Ziwei star was located was actually divided into two layers. The outer layer was the void where the Ziwei star was located, and the inner layer was the source of the boundless starry sky. After crossing the void boundary, Feng Zichen disappeared from the Ziwei star and came to a mysterious space. This place was full of rich primordial star essence, and the source of the stars appeared and floated in the air. As he continued to walk in, he found that there were bright stars hanging above the space, corresponding to the Zhouxing. This place was like a boundless starry sky that had been shrunk countless times. This was the core of the boundless starry sky, where its source was. The primordial Zhouxing map was born here. In the future, the universal temple, which would be born in the boundless starry sky, would also be born here. It could be said that this was the most important place in the boundless starry sky. It was not inferior to the three supreme stars, Taiyin, Taiyang, and Ziwei. It's here. According to his memories of the future, Feng Zichen found the place where the domain God Palace was born. A large cluster of star sources was gathered there. Clearly, it was nurturing something. If there were no mishaps, the star sources should be nurturing the cyclic sacred palace. However, it was still too early for Feng Zichen to arrive. The origin of stars had just begun to gather and was far from being able to form a natural embryo of Tao. Thus, not to mention taking shape, the cycle sacred palace was nowhere to be seen. However, this was exactly what Feng Zichen wanted to see. If the heavenly cycle temple had already taken shape, it would be difficult for him to control it. Refining the skull of the star demon god into the domain palace was no easy task. On the contrary, the current situation was just right and could save him a lot of trouble. Phew! After carefully placing the skull of the star demon god in the center of the cluster of star sources, Feng Zichen finally relaxed. Then, he made a series of hand seals with both hands and guided the star shadows to set up a simple galaxy cosmic light formation that enveloped the skull of the star demon god. Rumble. The moment the formation was formed, the entire core area suddenly shook. Then, the star sources floating there seemed to be attracted by an unknown force and gathered toward the skull of the star demon god. In the blink of an eye, it was drowned. The birth of the boundless starry sky had originally merged with part of the star demon god's origin. Therefore, in a sense, the skull of the star demon god and the boundless starry sky were of the same origin. Therefore, when the skull of the star demon god came into contact with the origin of the boundless starry sky, it immediately resonated. Wisps of star sources were absorbed by the skull of the star demon god, and its form began to change slowly. This will do. I don't think it will take much time. Perhaps in the next cultivation tribulation or the cultivation tribulation after that, the universal temple will be born. Feng Zichen stood aside with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly watching the changes here, and muttered to himself. The birth of a primordial treasure was never a simple matter. Not only did it require a large amount of origin to nurture, but it also required a long period of time to take shape. Therefore, it was considered very fast for a primordial treasure to be born in just 1 or 2 eras. After confirming that there were no problems, Feng Zichen turned around and left the place, returning to the Emperor's Star. Next, I should go to the Heavenly Court to take a look. It's been thousands of years since I left the Untainted Land. The Heavenly Lord of the Origin and the others should have rebuilt the Heavenly Court. After returning to the Emperor's Star, Feng Zichen suddenly thought of the Heavenly Court and wanted to go there to take a look. After all, he was one of the 4 deities. Now that the Heavenly Court had been rebuilt, it would be unreasonable if he did not go there to show his face. However, just as he walked out of the Emperor's Star, he seemed to suddenly think of something and slowly stopped. Then, Feng Zichen took out the skeleton of the star demon god. At this time, after some assembly, the skeleton of the star demon god, except for the position of the head, was complete. It could be said that this was a headless body. Break! After thinking for a moment, Feng Zichen suddenly waved his sleeve and threw a punch at the skeleton of the star demon god. Bang! Under Feng Zichen's punch, the skeleton of the star demon god directly exploded into 365 pieces and fell into the 365 Zhoshing. In the future that Feng Zichen saw, in addition to the boundless starry sky, the 365 Zhoshing also gave birth to their own universal palace. It was just that their level was far lower than that of the boundless starry sky. Except for the 3 supreme stars that gave birth to the upper-grade primordial spirit treasure, the rest gave birth to the middle and lower-grade primordial spirit treasure. Originally, Feng Zichen did not care about these things. After all, his attention was all on the primordial spirit treasure. But now, as the matter of the primordial spirit treasure came to an end, the matter of these primordial spirit treasures came to his mind. The middle and lower grade primordial spirit treasure was a little low. Coincidentally, Feng Zichen still had the skeleton of the star demon god in his hands. He thought that since he had no use for this thing now, he might as well integrate it into the Zhoshing to help it give birth to a stronger primordial spirit treasure. Thinking like this, Feng Zichen did the same. So, there's the scene just now. When the boundless starry sky completely refines the skeleton of the star demon god, then the strength of the boundless starry sky will definitely increase by a level. Perhaps, after that, the boundless starry sky will be completely restored. After silently sensing the situation of the boundless starry sky for a while, Feng Zichen had a plan in his heart. Due to the impact of the decisive battle between the liches and demons, the boundless starry sky had been shattered once. After that, although Feng Zichen had been doing his best to repair it, it had not been completely restored until now. But today, Feng Zichen's action of integrating the skeleton of the star demon god into the boundless starry sky would undoubtedly greatly speed up its recovery. Perhaps this was the opportunity for the boundless starry sky to be completely restored. And a completely restored boundless starry sky had a special meaning for Feng Zichen. After the boundless starry sky was restored, the road of promotion would be opened. And this would greatly increased Feng Zichen's strength. As long as the boundless starry sky was strong enough, he could even fight against the way of the heavens. Feng Zichen had absolute control over the boundless starry sky. Even the way of the heavens could not interfere, because, in a sense, the boundless starry sky that was opened up by Pangu had been destroyed in the decisive battle between the liches and demons. The current boundless starry sky was opened up by Feng Zichen. Therefore, he had absolute control over it. It was Di Jun's rebirth, and it could not compete with him. He was the god of creation of the boundless starry sky. As long as he was still alive, he would be the most supreme existence in the boundless starry sky. Why did Feng Zichen have the confidence to fight against the way of the heavens? It was because of the boundless starry sky. As long as he was given time, he could even develop the boundless starry sky into a second primitive world. In this way, why would he be afraid of the way of the heavens? After doing all this, Feng Zichen walked towards the heavenly court, and with his movements, the surrounding starlight spontaneously gathered, forming a dazzling river of stars under his feet. From afar, it was as if there was a dazzling river of stars pushing him to move. As he walked, Feng Zichen suddenly exclaimed softly. Just in front, he seemed to have noticed the sounds of fighting, as if someone was fighting with the star beast. This was a little strange. This was the interior of the boundless starry sky. Logically speaking, there should not be any creatures other than the star beast. In the boundless starry sky, there were many secrets of Feng Zichen. Therefore, he had never allowed outsiders to step in, even his subordinates. He only placed them at the periphery of the boundless starry sky. As for the interior, without his permission, outsiders were definitely not allowed to step in. But now, Feng Zichen actually sensed the aura of outsiders in the interior of the boundless starry sky. This made him a little unhappy. A bunch of trash. Frowning, Feng Zichen scolded with some displeasure. He was naturally scolding his subordinates, those innate races who came from the primitive world to seek refuge with him. They couldn't even do a small thing like guarding the door well. Shouldn't they be scolded? Feeling displeased, Feng Zichen walked in the direction of the sounds of fighting. He wanted to see who had the guts to trespass into the boundless starry sky. At such a short distance, it was rare for him to release his divine will. There were so many things going on in his own home. Wasn't he tired? When he came closer, Feng Zichen saw a team of well-equipped heavenly soldiers. However, their situation was not good. They were fighting with a group of powerful star beasts. Looking at their sorry state, it was obvious that they had been fighting for a long time. Seeing this, Feng Zichen became even angrier. He increasingly felt that his subordinates were a bunch of trash. If one or two people had sneaked in, it would be somewhat understandable. After all, the boundless starry sky was so big. There would always be mistakes. However, for such a conspicuous group of people to be able to strut around in the boundless starry sky, this was no longer something that could be explained by a dereliction of duty. Roar! Roar! Although the heavenly soldiers were well equipped, the star beasts were obviously more ferocious. It could be said that they were completely suppressing the other party. Feng Zichen was not surprised by this. The star beasts in the boundless starry sky were roughly divided into two types. One was the innate star beasts bred by heaven and earth. They were not much weaker than the innate star gods. However, these innate star beasts either died at the hands of the innate star gods or were killed by the demon race. They had long gone extinct. The other type of star beast was the star beast that lived in the boundless starry sky today. They were a race born from the combination of the murderous aura and the star origin when Feng Zichen evolved the primordial divine murderous chi for the boundless starry sky. In a sense, they were also a type of ferocious beast. Therefore, they were abnormally powerful, even more powerful than the innate star beasts. It was just that they did not have intelligence. Otherwise, this would be another powerful innate race. When Feng Zichen saw these heavenly soldiers, they naturally saw him too. Well, the galaxy paved the way, and the stars followed. It was difficult not to notice such a grand scene. Is that Emperor Myrtle Star in front? Please save us, Emperor Myrtle Star. Seeing Feng Zichen, The leading heavenly general hurriedly shouted, as if he had seen a savior. Hearing that, Feng Zichen wanted to leave. Trespassing into the boundless starry sky was a capital offense. It was ridiculous to expect him to save them. However, he saw a familiar face from the corner of his eye, which made him change his mind. It was a young woman. If Feng Zichen remembered correctly, that woman should be one of Hao Yian's daughters. In addition, with the Hao Yian mirror hanging on her waist, he could basically confirm her identity. Therefore, Feng Zichen could not save her. Even if he did not do anything, the woman would be fine with the protection of the Hao Yian mirror. However, if Hao Yian knew that he passed by and did not help, it would be difficult for them to meet in the future. Although he and Hao Yian were not on good terms, in the end, there was no hatred between them. There was no need to make their relationship too tense. With that thought, Feng Zichen moved. He did not make any big movements. He only took a step forward gently. However, those star beasts seemed to have met an extremely terrifying existence. They all knelt on the ground and whimpered in fear. 4-star beasts, even if they did not have intelligence, they knew that the person in front of them was the existence that created them. He was also the existence that they would listen to for the rest of their lives. Get lost, Feng Zichen said softly. He did not kill them, because there was no need. These star beasts were all his subordinates. Woo woo woo. Hearing Feng Zichen's voice, these star beasts ran away quickly as if they had been pardoned. At the side, the heavenly general who saw this scene could not help but say, Emperor Myrtle Star, why did you let them go? They are. However, before he could finish, he would never have the chance to speak again. Feng Zichen looked at him unhappily. Then, the heavenly general suddenly turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared in front of everyone. For a moment, everyone present shivered. No one dared to make a sound. After a long time, the woman who seemed to be Hao Yian's daughter came forward and said to Feng Zichen, Greetings, Emperor Myrtle Star. With that, Yaoji bowed to Feng Zichen. Yaoji? At this moment, Feng Zichen realized that he had recognized the wrong person. She was not Hao Yian's daughter, but his sister. Yaoji. She was also a person of great merit. Did she really think that anyone could be reincarnated as Hao Yian's sister? She must have great merit to have this opportunity to be reincarnated as Hao Yian's sister and obtain the opportunity to reach the heavens in one step. In Feng Zichen's eyes, Yaoji's body was full of bright golden light. It was so dazzling that he could not open his eyes. That was all merit. He did not know what Yaoji had done to have so much merit. If she refined the merit on her body, she would probably be able to reach the realm of Daluo Jinxian. However, this was not the reason why Feng Zichen looked at her differently. Yaoji had some merit, but how could it be comparable to him? In terms of merit, no one could have more than him except for Nuo Hutu. Therefore, Yaoji's merit was really not worth Feng Zichen's attention. The real reason why Feng Zichen looked at Yaoji differently was that she had been schemed against by Zhuanti in the future. With Yaoji's status, how could she fall in love with a mortal and have 3 sons? Not to mention the problem of whether she liked him or not. The gap between them was so big that she might not even be able to sleep with him. Obviously, Yaoji had been schemed against. Who was the one who schemed against her? Feng Zichen, who came from the future, knew very well. It was the sages led by Zhuanti. The purpose of their actions was to further suppress Great Heaven's prestige. This could be seen from what Yang Jian had done. Whether it was rebelling against Hao Yian or splitting a mountain to save his mother, it was a huge blow to Hao Yian's dignity. If the celestial emperor's dignity was destroyed, the heavenly court would naturally become a decoration. Then, wouldn't the untainted land be the world of the sages? Feng Zichen, who understood the sage's plan, naturally looked at Yaoji differently. She was a key person. Hao Yian valued relationships, so it was the best choice to attack the people around him. But it was different for the 7 fairies. Behind the 7 fairies was the Jade Pool. If he hurt his daughter, the Jade Pool might go crazy and directly complain to the Purple Cloud Palace. In that case, everyone would be punished. Therefore, Yaoji became the best choice. Their relationship was not far or close. The jade pool might take care of her, but would never put all her eggs in one basket for her. It made sense. With Hao Qian's strength, Yang Jian was his nephew. Otherwise, why not try it on someone else? He could slap him to death with a backhand. Now, Hao Qian was not the puppet celestial emperor who had lost all his spirit after being apatheized by the sages. He still had some courage. If he was really angered, even the sages would dare to attack him, let alone the disciples of the sages. Knowing that Zhuanti schemed against Yaoji, Feng Zichen naturally had to pay attention to her. He planned to plot against Zhuanti when he made his move. It was exciting to think about plotting against Zhuanti. P.S. 10,000 words achieved. You didn't break your promise this time. Chapter 693. The Princess Royal of the Celestial Court. Why do you come to the boundless starry sky? Feng Zichen murmured to himself. He put away the chaotic thoughts in his heart, nodded, and asked Yaoji in a calm tone. Looking at his majestic appearance, he didn't seem to have any intention of scheming against her. Reporting to the Emperor, Yaoji is here to invite the Emperor to attend the Feast of Peaches under the orders of the Queen Mother. Yaoji bowed and replied respectfully. She had to be respectful. Yaoji only realized how terrifying Feng Zichen was when she stood in front of him. The vast and boundless aura from him made her feel as if she was facing the Great Path. It was as if the person in front of her was the Great Path. Strong, unbelievably strong. If he wanted to kill her, it would be easier than crushing an ant. Yaoji even had a feeling that her brother, the Celestial Emperor Hao Qian, was far less powerful than the Great of Ziwei in front of her. Even her biggest backer was no match for him. As such, Yaoji was naturally very respectful in front of Feng Zichen. Queen Mother? Feng Zichen didn't pay attention to the Feast of Peaches. Instead, he focused on the two words, Queen Mother. Is this Queen Mother Yaoqi? Feng Zichen asked after pondering for a while. Yes, it's my sister-in-law. Yaoji didn't know the purpose of his question, but she still answered. What about Hao Qian? How should I address him? After getting an affirmative answer, Feng Zichen continued to ask. Hao Qian's Golden Palace, Supreme, Natural Mystic True, Jade Emperor. Yaoji replied. TSK. Hearing this, Feng Zichen couldn't help but show a disdainful expression. Hao Qian Golden Palace's Supreme Master, Nature, Miraculous, Mi Luo, True Jade Emperor. This honorific title sounded quite long, and it was quite honorable. But how could it be comparable to the Celestial Emperor? Hao Qian's choice of such an honorific title was clearly lowering his status. Perhaps he succumbed to the pressure of the sages, or perhaps he was afraid that he could not suppress the position of the Celestial Emperor. Hao Qian had to reduce his position in order to protect himself. However, how could Feng Zichen be impressed by such behavior? It was inevitable that they would look down on him. Feng Zichen didn't hide his disdain for Hao Qian, which naturally fell into Yaoji's eyes. A strong sense of dissatisfaction rose in her heart, but she did not dare to show it. Monarch, are you going to attend the Immortality Peach banquet? Yaoji forcibly suppressed the dissatisfaction in her heart and squeezed out a smile, asking, Go. Why not? Feng Zichen nodded and said with a smile. She naturally felt the dissatisfaction in Yaoji's heart, but she didn't care. After all, Yaoji was only a celestial immortal. If she wasn't Hao Qian's sister, she wouldn't even be qualified to talk to Feng Zichen. The gap between them was so big that even if Yaoji wanted to harm Feng Zichen, she couldn't do it. Let's go. With a chuckle, Feng Zichen didn't care about the crowd's reaction. He directly carried everyone and rushed toward the heavenly court. With just one step, he was out of the boundless starry sky. Rumble. Out of the boundless starry sky, the stars that followed Feng Zichen slowly faded away. However, in heaven and earth, tens of thousands of rules appeared, replacing the position of the stars and continuing to follow Feng Zichen. The galaxy paved the way, and tens of thousands of rules followed. All kinds of amazing phenomena of heaven and earth appeared one after another around Feng Zichen, all of them showing his nobility. As the most noble existence in the untainted world, Great Emperor Ziwei was second to none in terms of playing cards. Even the sages were inferior to him. The heavenly way had almost blessed its younger brother, great emperor's way, with all its halos. Beside Feng Zichen, Yaoji and the heavenly soldiers all opened their mouths wide and looked around in shock. They were weak, so they had never seen such a scene. Tens of thousands of rules appeared one after another, which simply broke their understanding. It was no exaggeration to say that just standing beside Feng Zichen for a short while was equivalent to thousands of years of cultivation. Especially Yaoji, under the shroud of the tens of thousands of rules, even showed signs of a breakthrough. However, unlike the shock of the crowd, Feng Zichen's expression was not very good, because he saw the primeval Lord of Heaven. He didn't know if it was a coincidence, but not long after he left the boundless starry sky, he bumped into the primeval Lord of Heaven. F***CK. What a show-off. Seeing the primeval Lord of Heaven in the 9 dragons Agarwood chariot, Feng Zichen couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Look at him, 9 dragons pulling a chariot. Then look at himself, walking over just like that. The difference was obvious in an instant. At this moment, looking at the show-off primeval Lord of Heaven, Feng Zichen couldn't help but make up his mind to build a chariot some other day. It must be more high-end than the primeval Lord of Heavens. Hey, how arrogant! Like Feng Zichen, after seeing him, the primeval Lord of Heaven's face instantly darkened, especially after seeing the strange phenomena around him one after another. The primeval Lord of Heaven's face became even darker. Feng Zichen was jealous of the 9 dragons Agarwood chariot under the primeval Lord of Heaven. But how could the primeval Lord of Heaven not be jealous of the strange phenomena of heaven and earth surrounding him? In the end, people only cared about what they didn't have. When one's strength reached the level of the primeval Lord of Heaven and Feng Zichen, face was especially important. Especially in front of the enemy, face was even more important. No one was willing to lose face in front of the enemy. Therefore, it would be strange if the two of them were happy after seeing that they couldn't compare to the other party. Feeling that they had lost face, the two of them snorted at each other and didn't say anything. They directly separated and rushed to the heavenly court from the other side. With Feng Zichen's speed, he soon brought everyone to the heavenly court. At this time, the heavenly court had already been rebuilt. In terms of scale and majesty, it was not inferior to the previous one. Under the illumination of the stars in the sky, the entire heavenly court was blooming with bright divine light. It could be said to be glorious and luxurious to the extreme. It was surrounded by a holy aura and an auspicious aura. Anyone who saw it would have to praise that it was a holy land of immortals. However, the current heavenly court was glorious, but compared to before, it lacked the vicissitudes of history and gave people a feeling that it lacked a foundation. When they arrived at the southern heaven gate, Feng Zichen first put down Yaoji and the others. Then, without caring about them, he walked straight into the heavenly court. At this moment, Hao Yan, who sensed Feng Zichen's arrival, quickly put down what he was doing and quickly rushed to the southern heaven gate to personally welcome him. Fellow Taoist Ziwei is here. Before Feng Zichen stepped into the southern heaven gate, he heard Hao Yan's voice from afar. Then he saw a middle-aged man in a royal robe rushing over and greeting him with a smile on his face. Seeing Hao Yan's appearance, Feng Zichen couldn't help but sigh. The last time he saw Hao Yan, he still looked like a young man. But now, in just a few thousand years, he seemed to have aged dozens of years and turned into a middle-aged man. In Feng Zichen's opinion, this was extremely incredible. At their level of strength, time could no longer leave a trace on their bodies. No matter how the long river of time flowed, they stood still. This was their true portrayal. In Feng Zichen's opinion, Hao Yan's situation was a sign of the decline of his heart. Although his body was not old, his heart could be old. This was the common saying that the heart was scattered. When the heart was scattered, one would naturally age very quickly. He didn't know what kind of blow Hao Yan had experienced that caused his Taoist heart to decline. When it was reflected on his body, his appearance began to age. Seeing Hao Yan's current situation, Feng Zichen prepared in advance to ridicule him, but he couldn't say a word. Fellow Taoist Hao Yin, long time no see. In the end, thousands of words turned into a long sigh and a greeting. Fellow Taoist, please. As if he didn't notice Feng Zichen's abnormality, Hao Yin smiled and welcomed him in. Affected by this, Feng Zichen was not in the mood to continue participating in the following Feast of Peaches. After chatting with a few friends he was familiar with for a while and supporting the Jade Pool for a while, he found an excuse to leave. The Feast of Peaches was originally a party that the Queen Mother of the West wanted to help Hao Yin win over people's hearts. It didn't matter whether he participated or not. After returning to the Emperor's Star, Feng Zichen first sat in meditation for 1,000 years, and then quietly left the primitive world and went to the Realm Sea through the Tree of World. The so-called Realm Sea was what Feng Zichen called the void where the 3,000 worlds were located. There were countless small, medium, and small worlds gathered there. Wasn't it a sea of worlds? The name of the Realm Sea was well-deserved. After restraining all his aura, Feng Zichen carefully left the roots of the Tree of World and stood on the Realm Sea. Phew! After waiting for a while, nothing unexpected happened. Feng Zichen, who was ready to run away at any time, let out a long sigh of relief. As expected, the demon god of chaos couldn't hold on and went back to sleep. Pangu is really ruthless. At this time, Feng Zichen couldn't help but sigh at Pangu's ruthlessness. Previously, the demon god of chaos was so arrogant that he simply regarded the masters of the primitive world as nothing. As soon as he found an opportunity, he rushed to attack the primitive world. But now, with Pangu's attack, the demon god of chaos disappeared one after another, hiding in the great 1,000 worlds and sleeping silently. They had to rely on sleeping to recover from their injuries, and they couldn't even appear for a long time. One could imagine how serious their injuries were. Even if they were not at their last breath, they were not far from it. Otherwise, hundreds of demon gods of chaos wouldn't have joined forces to let him escape, and they wouldn't have been able to hurt him. It was all because he was seriously injured and couldn't fully exert his strength. If the demon god of chaos was in his peak state, there would be no need for hundreds of demon gods of chaos to attack him. Only 10 of them would be able to beat Feng Zichen to a pulp. However, it was precisely because the demon god of chaos was injured that Feng Zichen had a chance to invade the great 1,000 worlds. By now, Feng Zichen could almost figure out the reason why Pangu attacked the demon god of chaos. On the one hand, it was to prevent the great 1,000 worlds from completely falling into the hands of the demon god of chaos. On the other hand, it was because the strength of the demon god of chaos had increased too quickly. In just tens of thousands of years, the great masters of the primitive world were no match for the demon god of chaos. In that case, wouldn't the primitive world be conquered by them after a while? Therefore, the strength of the demon god of chaos had to be suppressed to give the great masters of the primitive world a chance to catch up with him. Pangu was also well-versed in the way of balance. During the years when the demon god of chaos was asleep, his strength definitely wouldn't improve and might even regress. However, after receiving the gift from the demon god of chaos, the great masters of the primitive world would definitely become stronger day by day. If you retreated, I would advance. Wouldn't the gap be obvious? Walking towards a great 1,000 worlds, Feng Zichen stepped forward to observe carefully. Tisk, tisk. However, after thousands of years, these demon gods of chaos have become much shrewder. Compared to last time, the mysterious runes on the boundary wall were undoubtedly more mysterious. Obviously, after suffering a loss last time, the demon god of chaos had learned his lesson and improved these mysterious runes, so that their power had been strengthened. In the past, Feng Zichen might have been able to hide from these runes and enter the great 1,000 worlds by paying a price. But now, as soon as he got close to these mysterious runes, the corresponding demon god of chaos would probably wake up from his deep sleep. In this situation, unless Feng Zichen could kill the demon god of chaos in seconds, the awakening of one demon god of chaos was equivalent to the awakening of all the demon gods of chaos. Then, the scene of thousands of years would reappear. Feng Zichen was crazily chased by hundreds of demon gods of chaos. However, he really didn't want to experience that kind of experience a second time, because even he wasn't sure that he could escape from the pursuit of the demon gods of chaos every time. Last time, Feng Zichen was lucky enough to escape from the pursuit of hundreds of demon gods of chaos with the help of the power of the Tree of World. But this time, the demon gods of chaos were on guard, so it would be difficult for him to escape. Moreover, there was a great chance that he would die in the hands of the demon gods of chaos. After all, they were the demon gods of chaos, the most powerful beings in the world. Who knew what unimaginable means they had in their hands? What if they retained the means from the chaos era? Then, wouldn't Feng Zichen be in trouble? Therefore, when fighting with the demon gods of chaos, one couldn't be too careful. Just as Feng Zichen was thinking about how to enter the great wide world without alerting the demon gods of chaos, danger was approaching quietly. Silently, a large black shadow suddenly appeared behind him, covering the surrounding void and blocking his way of retreat. Oh no, danger! Inexplicably, Feng Zichen suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. Then, without thinking, he rushed forward. However, when he realized the danger, it was already too late. Whoosh! Under the shadow, Feng Zichen, who had just run half the distance, was completely swallowed. Then, the void distorted, revealing hundreds of terrifying figures. They were the demon gods of chaos. Hundreds of demon gods of chaos. They didn't continue to sleep at all. Instead, they hid at the side and ambushed, waiting for Feng Zichen to appear so that they could give him a surprise. He had underestimated the demon gods of chaos too much. His plan, which he thought was perfect, had been seen through by the demon gods of chaos early on. Therefore, the demon gods of chaos beat him at his own game and carefully set up a sure-kill situation for him. Feng Zichen was in danger. Kill! As soon as the demon gods of chaos appeared, they didn't hesitate at all. They directly raised the chaos spiritual treasures in their hands and attacked Feng Zichen, who was swallowed by the shadow. Rumble! Hundreds of terrifying forces erupted at the same time, and the resulting power directly tore the shadow that swallowed Feng Zichen and completely shattered the void. Even the void precepts were not spared. First, they were turned into dust, and then they vanished into thin air. After the first wave of attack, the demon gods of chaos launched the second wave of attack almost without any interval. Then, the third, the fourth. After countless attacks, the demon gods of chaos finally exhausted their strength and stopped attacking. At this time, the void where Feng Zichen was originally had completely disappeared under the attack of the demon gods of chaos. It had completely returned to the state of nothingness. Has he died just like that? He's really lucky. These demon gods of chaos went forward to check carefully. After confirming that Feng Zichen's aura had completely disappeared, they laughed with relief. Among them, a few demon gods of chaos complained unhappily, as if killing Feng Zichen was really too lucky for him. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, the wail of the great Tao of stars came from the void, and endless blood rain fell. This scene, all of them signified the fall of Feng Zichen, the death of the Taoist master. The great Tao wailed, and blood rain fell from the sky. However, this strange phenomenon only appeared here and did not appear in the untainted land. The demon gods of chaos were not surprised by this. Ever since they invaded the great wide world, the control of the great wide world by the way of heaven could be said to have dropped to the freezing point. This meant that the way of heaven was completely unaware of everything that happened in the great wide world. This place was already half out of the control of the way of heaven. After all, the demon gods of chaos did not want the way of heaven above them to be constantly monitoring their movements. For this reason, the demon gods of chaos had used some unknown means to make the way of heaven unable to observe the great wide world. Since the way of heaven did not exist here, the news of Feng Zichen's death naturally could not spread to the untainted land. In this way, the news of Feng Zichen's death could not be obtained, and the corresponding phenomenon would not be born in the world. Perhaps, when Feng Zichen was reborn from the Ziwei star, the world would know that he had died once. It seems that he has really died. It was not until this moment that the demon gods of chaos were sure that Feng Zichen had really died. Although the demon gods of chaos had been planning for this moment for a long time, they still felt that it was unreal when they saw Feng Zichen die so easily in their hands. After all, that was a man who had once caused them a lot of trouble. He should not have died so easily. Fearing that there was something wrong, the demon gods of chaos had never dared to confirm whether Feng Zichen had really died. It was not until the great Tao produced a corresponding phenomenon, and they did not find any suspicious points that they were relieved. P.S. In the future, it would be updated at about 23 o'clock. If it was updated, it should be updated at 20 o'clock. In other words, if it was not updated at 20 o'clock, it would be a chapter that day. Chapter 694. Unfortunately, these chaos demon gods didn't know. When it came to faking death, Feng Zichen was a professional. It was just a fake vision of heaven and earth. So many powerful people had died in the primitive world. He could just copy one and modify it a little. Wouldn't it become his? Faking it. Feng Zichen had already reached the acme of perfection. These chaos demon gods were still too inexperienced in front of him. After confirming Feng Zichen's death, these chaos demon gods heaved a sigh of relief, as if a burden had been lifted off their minds. Then, they left and returned to the great wide world under their control to sleep. Time passed quickly. Soon, 1,000 years had passed. It seems that he has really died. Suddenly, the figure of a chaos demon god quietly appeared at the place where Feng Zichen had died. After carefully investigating for a moment, he said, it turned out that a few of the chaos demon gods who had left didn't leave at all. Instead, they found a place to hide. Until now, they still suspected that Feng Zichen hadn't died. Therefore, they were squatting here. If Feng Zichen didn't appear, it would be fine. But if he reappeared in the world, the chaos demon gods who were waiting here wouldn't mind sending him on his last journey. After saying that, the chaos demon god who was waiting here turned around and left. But this matter wasn't over yet. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years had passed. In the same place, different figures were doing the same thing. Did I guess wrongly? This was another chaos demon god who was waiting here. However, he was more patient than the previous one. He waited for 2,000 years before showing up. But the result was the same as the previous chaos demon god. He didn't find anything wrong. It seems that he has really died. Damn it. I wasted 2,000 years of my time for nothing. The chaos fiend god shook his head and cursed as he left. In this way, another 1,000 years had passed. In the same place, the third chaos demon god appeared. But he still didn't gain anything. Then he also left. As for whether there was a third chaos demon god after that, Feng Zichen didn't know and didn't care. Because he was not there at all. He wasn't even in the realm C. So what did the chaos fiend god's ambush have to do with him? Feng Zichen was a shrewd person. How could he put himself in danger if he didn't understand the situation? Therefore, he didn't go to realm C at all. The Feng Zichen that was killed by the chaos fiend god was only a temporary clone that he created through the blood altar. This temporary incarnation had inherited most of Feng Zichen's abilities and possessed 1/10 of his power. Other than not being able to exist for a long time, everything else could be said to be perfect. Feng Zichen attached great importance to the chaos demon god. Therefore, he didn't think that his trip to the realm C would be as smooth as he imagined. It was precisely because of this concern that he deliberately created a temporary incarnation for himself, so that he could take the risk for himself. After creating the incarnation, Feng Zichen sent him out while he sat on the Ziwei star and watched the development of things quietly. As expected, his incarnation was killed by the chaos fiend gods not long after it arrived at the realm C. To be honest, the scene of the chaos fiend god attacking really scared Feng Zichen. Hundreds of chaos fiend gods holding chaos spiritual treasures attacking one person with all their strength. Just thinking about this kind of scene was terrifying. Not to mention that it happened to one person. To put it bluntly, if Feng Zichen had been in the position of his incarnation, he would have been blasted into smithereens under the joint attack of hundreds of chaos demon gods, even though he was protected by several primordial cardinal treasures. There was no way he could survive. Even if Tao ancestor Hong Jun was there, he might not be able to withstand the joint attack of hundreds of chaos fiend gods. That level of attack was really too terrifying. Therefore, Feng Zichen's incarnation completely disappeared under the attack of the Chaos Fiend gods before he could even scream. That was to say, the Chaos Fiend gods were ruthless enough to destroy everything, and the void returned to the state of nothingness. Otherwise, as long as there was a little bit of Feng Zichen's incarnation left behind, the Chaos Fiend gods would be able to determine Feng Zichen's situation through this trace. They wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Unfortunately, in order to completely eliminate Feng Zichen's vitality, the Chaos Fiend Celestial was merciless. It was estimated that the Chaos Fiend Celestial was at the same level when he fought Pangu. Therefore, everything was destroyed by their own hands, including the evidence. This could be considered as helping Feng Zichen imperceptibly. Damn it, how can these Chaos Fiend gods be so insidious? Just as the Chaos Fiend gods were squatting on the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen was cursing at them. Fortunately, it was his incarnation that went. If it was his original body, he would probably have died. This time, Feng Zichen was really frightened. If it weren't for his vigilance, he would have been defeated this time. Now that he thought about it, Feng Zichen also understood how the Chaos Fiend gods schemed against him. It was a very simple exchange of blows. His initial train of thought was correct. The Chaos Fiend gods indeed couldn't stay in the outside world for too long. However, there were enough Chaos Fiend gods. Therefore, they adopted a system of rotation. A group of people ambushed, and a group of people slept. When the group of people ambushed couldn't hold on any longer, they would be replaced. This happened again and again. Finally, Feng Zichen came. It was also the reason why Feng Zichen underestimated the Chaos Fiend god's desire to kill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. Tisk, didn't he just kill 2 Chaos Fiend gods? How much hatred, how much resentment? Is it necessary? After calming down, Feng Zichen kept complaining. Then he began to think about how to take revenge on the Chaos Fiend gods. After being scared so badly, of course, he had to take revenge. Moreover, even if it wasn't for what happened just now, just for the upper-class worlds that they had occupied, Feng Zichen couldn't let them go. He had to take revenge. He also wanted the upper-class worlds. With such a big mess, the Realm Sea won't be able to pass through in a short period of time. However, it doesn't matter. Anyway, if we go over now, we won't be able to enter the upper-class worlds. Isn't that the same as not going over? Besides, who said that the Chaos Fiend gods have to go to the upper-class worlds? Feng Zichen thought about it, and finally thought of a way to deal with the Chaos Fiend gods. Externally, he had no way to deal with the Chaos Fiend gods. Then he could only attack from the inside. As the saying goes, the strongest fortress often starts to collapse from the inside. The internal destruction was more serious than the external destruction. Moreover, at this time, the Chaos Fiend gods had all fallen into a deep sleep. It was a great opportunity to cause trouble from the inside. As the saying goes, if the heavens don't take it, they will be blamed instead. With such a good opportunity in front of Feng Zichen, if he still didn't take action, then even the heavens wouldn't be able to stand it anymore. After making up his mind, Feng Zichen immediately took action. As for how to take action, the key was in those small and medium-sized worlds. That's right. Feng Zichen couldn't enter the upper-class worlds, but he could enter the small and medium-sized worlds. And the small and medium-sized worlds were connected to the upper-class worlds. In the primordial world, there were 3,000 upper-class worlds, and each upper-class world was accompanied by 3,000 medium-class worlds. Each medium-class world was accompanied by 3,000 small-class worlds. As for the small-class worlds, they were accompanied by countless small-class worlds. In other words, each upper-class world was a whole. There were 3,000 medium-class worlds and many small class worlds. Since they were a whole, then they must be connected. Take a simple example. The relationship between the upper-class world and the medium-class world was like the relationship between the human world and the immortal world. When the strength of the cultivators reached a certain level, they would ascend from the medium-class world to the upper-class world. Feng Zichen's plan was to cultivate a large number of cultivators from the medium-class world, and then let them ascend to the upper-class world, establish forces crazily there, and start the mode of world hegemony. In the end, when these cultivators grew to a certain level and could control the will of the world, Feng Zichen could quietly sneak into the upper-class world through the connection between them and kill the chaos fiend god who was sleeping there. They didn't necessarily need to grow to the point of controlling the will of the world. As long as they had a certain influence in the upper-class world, Feng Zichen would have a way to bypass the means of the chaos fiend god and enter the upper-class world. As for why those cultivators would listen to him, friends, have you heard of the Lord God? Have you heard of the Samsara traveler? Or the trading city of 10,000 worlds? How could Feng Zichen be sure that those cultivators would listen to him? It was nothing more than the benefits he could bring to those cultivators. As long as there were enough benefits, no one would not be tempted. These days, only benefits could make people trust him the most. This thing was more useful than a great Tao oath. According to Feng Zichen's plan, he was prepared to combine the Lord God, the reincarnation pagoda, the trading city of 10,000 worlds, and other similar things in the future to build a huge base. Then, he would use this as a platform to issue missions to the cultivators he had chosen. At the same time, he would also make this place a place for everyone to trade. And those upper-class worlds would be the targets of these cultivators' invasion. Completing the characters issued by Feng Zichen would give rewards and points. As one of the richest existences in the primordial world, Feng Zichen had too many treasures in his hands. In particular, he also had the boundless starry sky as a treasure land. The things he revealed between his teeth were enough for him to reward those cultivators. Magic treasures, magical powers, cultivation methods, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, spiritual pills, and miraculous medicines. It had everything that one could wish for. As long as the mission was completed well, Feng Zichen would not be stingy with the rewards. Everything was similar to the Lord God space. In addition to the Lord God space, this base could also provide a trading platform for everyone. As for the currency used for trading, Feng Zichen had already thought about it. He would use the creation pill invented by Xianqing. As a divine item refined from innate essence, the creation pill was a hard currency. Not only could it directly increase one's strength, but it could also cultivate magic treasures. It was simply a jack of all trades similar to merit. A low-level creation pill might not be as good as merit, but the chaos creation pill was definitely more precious than merit. Using the creation pill as a reward was the most appropriate. Moreover, when everyone was trading, Feng Zichen could also take a commission. If the city of 10,000 worlds could develop and grow stronger one day, then just these commissions would make Feng Zichen crazy. However, that was all in the future. For now, it was better to quickly build the city of 10,000 worlds. The trading city of 10,000 worlds. That was the name that Feng Zichen had given to the base. Forgive him. Who asked him to be a bad name? However, it did not matter. The name was just a code name, as long as it could reflect the function. At worst, when he met a suitable one in the future, he could change it. In an unknown space-time, two vast worlds were floating there quietly. They were the Great Star World and the Black-Yellow Great World, which were also Feng Zichen's spoils of war. The city of 10,000 worlds was a fortress that Feng Zichen used to occupy the Great Thousand Worlds. Since he wanted to build it, the materials used must not be poor. Therefore, Feng Zichen thought about it and felt that these two Great Thousand Worlds were idle. It was better to combine them into one and use them as the foundation of the city of 10,000 worlds. He had already thought about it. He would build the city of 10,000 worlds on the world after the two Great Thousand Worlds merged. Then, every time he conquered a new Great Thousand World, he would move it over and integrate it into this world. In the end, when he completely conquered the 3,000 great thousand worlds, he would get a brand new world that merged the 3,000 great thousand worlds. This world might not be comparable to the untainted world, but it was definitely the strongest world under the untainted world. Even the heaven realm could not be compared to it. With such a world and the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen really had the capital to compete with Tao ancestor Hongjun. The chaos demon gods had already taken the great thousand world from the hands of the Way of Heaven. This meant that after Feng Zichen took the great thousand worlds back from the hands of the chaos demon gods, the ownership of the great thousand worlds completely belonged to him. It had nothing to do with the Way of Heaven, unless he took the initiative to give it to the Way of Heaven. But Feng Zichen was not a fool. He had worked so hard to conquer the 3,000 great thousand worlds. How could he give it to the Way of Heaven for no reason? Giving it to the Way of Heaven, what was the difference between giving it to Tao ancestor Hongjun? Wasn't that helping the enemy? So, if he could really conquer the 3,000 great thousand worlds, it would belong to Feng Zichen alone. With the existence of this world, Feng Zichen had a way out. If he really could not survive in the untainted world, he could just take this world and run away. A top macro world formed by combining the power of the 3,000 great thousand worlds could already have the ability to drift in the chaos outside the world, just like the untainted world. Refined, after arriving in an unknown space-time, Feng Zichen showed a huge Taoist body. He held a world with one hand and slowly refined it. As the name suggested, the Great Star World was a world that leaned towards the starry sky. The black-yellow Great World was the opposite. It was a world that leaned towards the continent. Therefore, it was not difficult to merge these two worlds. As long as the Great Star World was refined into the starry sky and the black-yellow Great World into the earth, they would be a complete macro world. Rumble in Feng Zichen's hands. The Great Star World slowly turned into the starry sky and the black-yellow Great World into the earth. Then, with Feng Zichen's supreme divine sense, the two worlds slowly merged and gradually formed a vaster new world. It was worth mentioning that under the protection of Feng Zichen, even if heaven and earth changed, these creatures who originally lived in the Great Star World and the black-yellow Great World were not harmed. On the contrary, they gained a lot of benefits. The origin of the newly formed world was undoubtedly much stronger than that of the Great Star World and the black-yellow Great World. The void was more stable, and the innate spiritual chi was richer than before. This was undoubtedly a good thing for the creatures inside. As the first creatures born in the new world, they would get a lot of blessings, and their future achievements would be greater. Perhaps they would have the possibility of proving their Tao. From now on, you'll be called the Divine World. After silently looking at the new world for a while, Feng Zichen suddenly gave it a name. Neither Star World nor Black-Yellow Great World were suitable names for the new world. Therefore, Feng Zichen simply gave it a new name. Divine World. This was a kind of ambition of Feng Zichen. As the saying went, Hongmeng had a Tao, and God and Tao were the same. Feng Zichen named the new world the Divine World. His purpose was obvious. He wanted to replace the heaven realm with this world. Moreover, the word God, there was another meaning. The end of martial arts was God. This God was the God of the way of the celestial demon. If the way of the celestial demon wanted to prosper, it must have its own world like the way of immortals. And the divine world was the world Feng Zichen prepared for the way of the celestial demon. After merging the Great Star World and the Black-Yellow Great World, Feng Zichen looked at the new world and felt that something was missing. Then, with a thought, he took out the eyes of the star demon god. Originally, Feng Zichen was going to find an opportunity to refine it into a primordial treasure. But now there was no need. He had a better choice. Go! With a wave of his sleeve, Feng Zichen threw the eyes of the star demon god into the divine world. Then, one could see that after the eyes of the star demon god entered the divine world, they flew in two directions. Those two places were where the sun star and the moon star of the divine world were located. Rumble. The eyes of the star demon god crashed into the sun star and the moon star of the divine world at an extremely fast speed. Then, the light of the sun star and the moon star became even brighter. The rich power of the sun star and the moon star hung down from these two stars and scattered throughout the entire world. It gave all living beings in the divine world a great baptism. This was the moon star and the sun star had advanced. The eyes of the star demon god directly merged with these two stars, causing their origin to increase exponentially. Now, the combined power of these two stars was no less than a primordial treasure. For a moment, the void of the divine world became more stable. Between heaven and earth, there was an endless stream of primordial yin and yang qi being born. Go! After the eyes of the star demon god, Feng Zichen took out the origin of the demon god of black-yellow and threw it into the earth. In an instant, the earth of the divine world seemed to have become heavier and heavier. P.S. Begging for monthly votes, begging for subscriptions. As long as the average subscriptions can increase, I will release more chapters. If others release more chapters, the average subscriptions will increase. But if I release more chapters, the average subscriptions will decrease. I am so scared that I don't dare to release more chapters. Chapter 695. Rumble. The earth was changing, and there was a huge roar. The chi of the earth was surging wildly, making the mountains taller and the rivers wider. Especially underground, there were more innate spiritual meridians being born, giving birth to more innate chi for the God realm. Affected by this, the rules of the God realm were more perfect, and the whole world had an obvious improvement. Vaguely, it was beyond the scope of the Great Thousand World. And the creatures living in the God realm, with the improvement of the origin of heaven and earth, also received a lot of benefits. Those with low cultivation levels directly improved by a realm under the skyrocketing innate chi. Those with high cultivation levels saw the possibility of further improvement through the more perfect rules of heaven and earth. Very good. Seeing such a significant change after the God realm devoured the origin of demon god Xianwang, Feng Zichen was very happy. Then he stepped into the God realm, and with his great path, evolved a bright purple star in the vast starry sky. The Emperor's Star, the Master of Stars, the most honorable star. It was also his symbol, Rumble. As Feng Zichen evolved the Emperor's Star in the starry sky of the God realm, the will of the world immediately sensed that the origin of heaven and earth was born from the void and gathered toward the newborn Emperor's Star. Soon, with the support of Feng Zichen and the origin of heaven and earth, the Emperor's Star was completely born. The sun, moon, and stars appeared together, and the world suddenly changed inexplicably. A layer of invisible ripples spread out, gently caressing the bodies of all living beings in the world. At this moment, all living beings knew that the world was different, but they could not tell what the difference was. The changes were wonderful and could not be described in words. Only through a long time, they could slowly understand it. At this point, Feng Zichen's act of creating the God realm came to an end. But next, he was not in a hurry to build the Myriad Worlds Trade City. Instead, he went to the highest peak of the God realm and began to recruit people. For the time being, he was done with the matters at hand. It was time for him to meet those human geniuses that he had sent to the Great Thousand World in the past. Back then, there were quite a number of human geniuses who had entered the 3,000 boundless worlds. Therefore, even though they had entered the Great Wide World at random, each Great Wide World had more or less received a portion of the Great Wide World. The Star Macro World and the Black-Yellow Macro World were no exception. Now, what Feng Zichen wanted to do was to summon the talents of the human clan who had been stranded in the two Great Thousand Worlds. God Realm, Pillar of Heaven's Mountains. Feng Zichen sat on the mountain peak, and an invisible ripple spread out in all directions with him as the center. It didn't take long for the news to spread throughout the entire firmament. Chaotic cloud stream. A figure sitting cross-legged in the depths of the clouds suddenly revealed an excited expression after being swept by the ripple. This aura, I can't be wrong. It must be His Majesty's aura. Did His Majesty come to this world? Astonishment, surprise, nostalgia, all kinds of complicated and contradictory emotions intertwined on the man's face, indicating that he was not calm inside. Then, all these emotions were transformed into a carefree laughter. Ha! His Majesty is still here. The human clan is still here. Our human clan did not die in the hands of the demon clan. As he laughed, tears flowed out of his eyes. How could he not cry? Back then, wasn't the reason why they had left the human clan and the primitive world because the human clan was in danger of being exterminated? In order to protect the human clan, the human emperor had no choice but to use his supreme magic to send them to the other world. However, although they had left, the impression that the human clan was about to be exterminated was deeply imprinted in their minds. As a result, the geniuses of the human clan who had come to the Great Thousand Worlds were all worried about the situation of the human clan at all times. For this reason, they all cultivated desperately and didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. This was because whenever they were free, the scene of the human clan being slaughtered by the demon clan would automatically appear in their minds, causing them to be unable to sleep at night. The hatred for the demon clan and the worry for their compatriots had all turned into motivation for these human geniuses, forcing them to work hard in their cultivation in order to obtain enough strength to take revenge as soon as possible. With hatred in their hearts, their progress was naturally extremely fast. It didn't take many years for these human geniuses to step into the Tai Jinxian realm one after another. However, in the Great Thousand Worlds, there were innate flaws that made their path to the Tao extremely difficult. Almost all of them were stuck in the perfected Tai Jinxian realm. Their cultivation could not break through for a long time, and their revenge was even more distant. Because of this, these human geniuses were almost in despair. However, at this moment, Feng Zichen came. To these human geniuses, this was no different from a bolt out of the blue. Then, a series of ecstasy followed. From the arrival of Feng Zichen, they thought of many things. The human emperor was fine. Didn't that mean that the human clan was fine too? After understanding this, the human race's sky prides were naturally overjoyed. Those who had never experienced the destruction of their country and family would not understand that feeling. The heavens had blessed the human clan. They had not been destroyed by the demon clan. Boom! A powerful wave was emitted from that person's body, dispersing the surrounding clouds and mist. Then he soared into the sky and flew in the direction of Tianzhu Mountain. How could he not go when a human emperor had issued an edict? At the same time, in a small city in the eastern border, a middle-aged man who was talking to a friend suddenly paused. Then, tears fell from his eyes. "Yuming, what's wrong with you?" His friend, who was beside him, saw this scene and hurriedly asked with concern. This was the border of the former Xuanhuan Great World, and it was also the front line against the innate realm ferocious beasts. That's right, with the arrival of the Chaos Demon God, a disaster of innate realm ferocious beasts also arose in the Great Thousand Worlds. In order to protect their world, those innate god fiends spontaneously gathered together to fight off the innate realm ferocious beasts and build a line of defense in their birthplace. This human genius, named Yuming, was one of the god fiends who was stationed here. He said that it was to protect this world. Perhaps that was true. However, the reason why Yuming was stationed here was more to increase his strength. After all, fighting, especially a life-and-death battle, was the fastest way to improve one's strength. "Yuming, what's wrong with you? Are you cursed?" Seeing that Yuming did not answer, his friend became even more worried and even had a bad guess. "I'm fine." At this moment, Yuming came back to his senses and said to his friends apologetically, "My friends, I have something to do. Yuming has to leave for a while. Let's meet again if fate wills it." Without waiting for anyone to reply, Yuming's figure disappeared on the spot. As one of the few spiritual lands in the original Star Great World, the Xianling Valley was home to a powerful family called the Feng family. At this moment, Feng Hua, the ancestor of the Feng family, who was rumored to have died long ago, suddenly appeared and looked into the distance with excitement. Such a scene, it happened in many places in the realm of the gods. Jing Tai of the human clan, Feng Hua of the human clan, Yu Ming of the human clan, greetings, your majesty. 13 at the foot of the pillar of heaven's mountain. A total of 13 figures rushed over and bowed respectfully to Feng Zichen. Everyone, it's been a long time. Reaching out, Feng Zichen brought them to the top of the mountain. Your majesty, how is the human clan? As soon as they saw Feng Zichen, the 13 human geniuses asked excitedly and anxiously. Although they had already guessed in their hearts, before they received confirmation from Feng Zichen, they could not help but feel a little nervous, afraid that they had guessed wrongly. The human clan is fine. I'm sorry for worrying you. Knowing their worries, Feng Zichen projected everything that had happened to the human clan after they left into their hearts. For a moment, everyone could not help but sigh. I'm relieved to see that all of you are fine. It's been hard on you all these years. After everyone calmed down, Feng Zichen said, 13 people. This number was still somewhat beyond his expectations. Although he did not know how many geniuses of the human clan were stranded in these two worlds back then, he guessed that there would not be more than 20 of them. After so many years, there were still 13 people who survived and were doing well. Obviously, they had suffered a lot. The amount of effort that had to be put into leaving one's hometown and building such a huge foundation was definitely beyond imagination. For the human clan, we don't suffer. It's a pity for those brothers who have fallen. As they spoke, their tones suddenly became gloomy. They were all out to make a living. How could they not die? 9 people came to the Great Star World and the Black-Yellow Great World, a total of 18 people. Now, only 13 people were here. The 5 people who did not come were naturally dead. Although the dead are gone, the human clan will not forget them. Their names will be left in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. After experiencing many life and death experiences, Feng Zichen was a little indifferent to it. Therefore, he did not feel much about it, but he still comforted them. Next, after learning about their recent situation, Feng Zichen began to talk about business. Everyone, I called you here today because I need your help. After pondering for a moment, Feng Zichen said slowly, Your Majesty, what can we do for you? Hearing that Feng Zichen needed their help, everyone hurriedly asked. It was a great honor for them to be able to help the human emperor. You have seen the changes in this world. The Star Demon God and the Black-Yellow Demon God have been killed by me. The integration of the two worlds was also facilitated by me. That is to say, this world belongs to the human clan. Therefore, I want you to preach in this world. Teach the Tao of gods and demons and martial arts to the innate gods and demons here, as well as all living beings. At the same time, in the process of preaching, you have to spread your faith for me and help me collect incense and willpower. In addition, I do not want to see any traces of the immortal Tao of the celestial sect in this world. So, you understand what I mean, right? Feng Zichen's majestic voice came from the throne. Yes, Your Majesty, we understand. Yu Ming and the others replied excitedly. Just now, they had been thinking about the safety of the human clan and neglected the changes in this world. Now that they thought about it, weren't the changes in this world related to the human emperor? Otherwise, why would the world have undergone such drastic changes when the human emperor had just arrived? Everything was because of the human emperor. Moreover, when they thought that such a powerful chaos demon god had been killed by the human emperor, they were even more excited. With such a powerful human emperor, why would the human clan worry about not prospering? The great joy that surged in their hearts even diluted the sorrow that they felt. Your Majesty, we are leaving. After bowing respectfully to Feng Zichen, Yu Ming and the others left. Go ahead. In this regard, Feng Zichen nodded. He was not worried about their safety and did not give them any life-saving means, because there was no need. As the lord of this world, Feng Zichen's protection was their best weapon. As long as Feng Zichen did not want them to die, then in this world, no one could hurt them. The ability of the Lord of the Realm was far beyond the imagination of the world. Since this world had been regarded by Feng Zichen as the headquarters of the heavenly realm, then the mainstream of this world should naturally be the path of the celestial demon and martial arts. Other than that, other cultivation path should not exist. At the very least, before the path of the celestial demon and martial arts dominated the entire world, other cultivation paths should not appear. The purpose of collecting incense and willpower was to prepare for the construction of the myriad world's trading city. The power of incense and willpower was one of the most wonderful treasures in the world. The myriad world's trading city built with it would definitely satisfy all of Feng Zichen's conditions. As for why he let Yu Ming and the others preach, firstly, they were the only people Feng Zichen could trust in this world. Secondly, Yu Ming and the others were ancient humans, and they cultivated the most orthodox path of the celestial demon. It was most suitable for them to preach. As for martial arts, that was even simpler. Those who cultivated martial arts, they might not know the path of the celestial demon. But those who cultivated the path of the celestial demon were definitely the top existences in martial arts. After Yu Ming and the others left, Feng Zichen did not stay idle. He took out the skeleton of the dark yellow demon. To refine the myriad world's trading city, incense and willpower alone were not enough. It could only be used as a framework. It still needed a core, and this core would determine the future achievements of the myriad world's trading city. Feng Zichen thought about it and felt that in his hands, only the skeleton of the dark yellow demon was the most suitable to become the core of the myriad world's trading city. First of all, it was precious enough. It was the embryo to refine an innate treasure. Secondly, the skeleton of the dark yellow demon was stained with a trace of the aura of the Great Path. It was of extremely high quality and had infinite possibilities. Finally, it was the most precious treasure that Feng Zichen could take out at the moment. Other than it, there was no other choice. Rumble. The turbulent flame of chaos appeared in Feng Zichen's hand and burned toward the skeleton of the dark yellow demon. Boom! The flame exploded and completely drowned the skeleton of the dark yellow demon, wanting to burn it to ashes. However, it was unknown whether it was because Feng Zichen was too weak that the power of the flame of chaos was not enough, or it was because the skeleton of the dark yellow demon was too hard. In short, the flame of chaos burned for a long time before the skeleton of the dark yellow demon showed signs of melting. But he did not know how long it would take for him to completely refine it. How could Feng Zichen have the patience to wait? At this time, he was extremely regretful that he did not borrow the cauldron of heaven and earth from Yuhua before coming here. If he had the cauldron of heaven and earth at this time, it would not be so difficult to refine the skeleton of the dark yellow demon. However, it was too late to say anything now. He had to think of a way to refine the skeleton of the dark yellow demon first. Otherwise, when the incense and willpower gathered, the core of his infinite realm's trading city had not been completed. That would be awkward. Go! Gritting his teeth, Feng Zichen forced out a drop of essence blood and merged it with the flame of chaos. Boom! In an instant, the flame of chaos burned even more fiercely. The terrifying heat spread, and even the rules of heaven and earth were ignited. Under this power, the skeleton of the dark yellow demon finally moved and melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Feng Zichen saw this, he could not care less about his blood essence. He waved his hands continuously, carving countless mysterious runes in the void and branding them on the dark yellow demon deity's skeleton that was constantly melting. In this way, time passed slowly. Very soon, 1,000 years had passed. Condense. As Feng Zichen's voice fell, a majestic emperor's throne slowly appeared. This emperor's throne was called the Emperor's Throne of the Myriad Realms. As the name suggested, this was the core that Feng Zichen built for the Infinite Realms trading city. Controlling it was equivalent to controlling the entire Infinite Realms trading city. As for the level of this treasure, it was hard to say. Because it was only a half-finished product, it would take a long process of evolution to be completed. To be honest, this treasure could only be regarded as the embryo of a connate cardinal treasure. Even with the Infinite Realms Trading City's main body that was about to be built, it was only a half-finished product. Feng Zichen looked up. A lot of incense and willpower had gathered around him. It had been 1,000 years. Yu Ming and the others should have some results. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would really wonder how they had survived until now. Refine. Reaching out, Feng Zichen gathered all the incense and willpower together and slowly refined it. With the Emperor's throne as the center, he built the prototype of a city. The Infinite Realms Trading City did not need to be very majestic. It just needed to look like a city. The plans inside would be freely developed by those who were chosen in the future. After deciding on the appearance of the Infinite Realms Trading City, Feng Zichen then set up a formation to refine the incense and willpower to strengthen the origin of the Infinite Realms Trading City. After doing all this, Feng Zichen plucked a lot of leaves from the World Tree. If the Infinite Realms Trading City was to be truly established, it had to guide the living beings of the Infinite Realms. However, how could crossing realms, especially for cultivators with low cultivation, be a simple matter? At this time, the World Tree was needed. As a chaos spirit root, the World Tree was full of treasures. Its leaves not only contained rich vitality, but also had the ability to cross realms. Chapter 696. For this reason, treasures made from the leaves of the World Tree would definitely have the ability to cross realms. Perhaps the leaves of the World Tree alone were not enough. However, with the guidance of the 10,000 Realms Trading City, the combination of the two could definitely allow the chosen person to cross realms at will. Refined. With a thought, various treasures containing the power of the void flew out of Feng Zichen's hands and fell into the Chaos Dao Fire. Qi. The Chaos Dao Fire was so powerful that it could easily refine the skeleton of the dark yellow demon god, let alone these treasures that were far inferior to it. Therefore, as soon as the void attribute natural treasures fell into the primal chaos flames, they were all refined. World Tree. At this moment, Feng Zichen suddenly reached out and grabbed a large leaf from the World Tree's branch. Whoosh! A large number of leaves fluttered down and fell into the refined heavenly material, earthly treasure. Whoosh! Mysterious runes flew out of Feng Zichen's hands. There were so many of them that they quickly flooded the void. This mysterious phenomenon lasted for 100 years before it slowly faded away. When everything calmed down, both the leaf of the Tree of World and the refined treasure of heaven and earth were nowhere to be seen. In their place were mysterious jade talismans floating in the void. This item was called the 10,000 Realms Talisman. It was the token of the 10,000 Realms Trading City and also the proof of entry. With this talisman, no matter where one was, one could cross endless time and space and enter the 10,000 Realms Trading City with a thought. Go! With a thought, Feng Zichen grabbed the 10,000 Realms Talisman and scattered it into the countless small and medium worlds in the Realm Sea. Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Do you want to truly live? Oh no, I got the script wrong. Do you want treasures? Do you want the techniques of divine arts practitioners? Do you want to live forever with the world? Do you want to rapidly improve your strength? Come to the 10,000 Realms Trading City. Everything you want is here. It can also fulfill all your wishes. As the 10,000 Realms Talisman fell, there were tempting voices. With that, the matter of the 10,000 Worlds Trading City has come to an end. Feng Zichen nodded in satisfaction as he watched the myriad world talismans randomly fall into different worlds. He did not think that his plan would fail, because he had given too much. At the same time, no one could resist the temptation of increasing their strength. I just don't know how long it will take for the 10,000 Worlds Trading City to develop. Looking at it, Feng Zichen couldn't help but worry. He was worried that the development of the 10,000 Realms Trading City was too slow, so much so that it had not reached the level of dominating the 10,000 realms when the saints set their sights on the 3,000 realms. This would undoubtedly put him in a passive position. But soon after, Feng Zichen let go of this worry. That was because he suddenly realized that the flow of time in the upper-class world was different from that in the primordial world. It had been said a long time ago that the flow of time in the primordial world increased layer by layer with the heaven realm as the center. This meant that the further one was from the heaven realm, the faster the flow of time would be. And how far was the upper-class world from the heaven realm? It was not that a day had passed in the heaven realm, but 1,000 years had passed here. With such a huge difference in the flow of time, wouldn't it give the 10,000 realms trading city sufficient time to develop? If this was the case, the 10,000 realms trading city could be overtaken by others. Then it could only be said that Feng Zichen was too useless. However, he couldn't say that. What if an accident happened? Therefore, he had to be prepared for both sides of the coin to have an extra layer of insurance. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen's heart stirred. He took out a part of the 10,000 realms talisman and sent it to the distant end of time and space, the mysterious world that was isolated from everything. And there, without a doubt, it was the little desolate world. This was Feng Zichen's greatest trump card and the strongest foundation of a human clan. At the same time, this place was also the headquarters of the path of gods and demons. The humans here all cultivated the most orthodox path of gods and demons. Although this was only a branch of the human clan, because the humans here all cultivated the path of gods and demons, they might not be much weaker than the humans in the primordial world. This place could be said to be filled with experts. Just Daluo Jinxian alone, there were no less than 100 of them. Primordial Unity Golden Immortals were everywhere. Golden Immortals and Mystic Immortals were even more numerous. Moreover, there were no mortals here, because they all cultivated the path of gods and demons. The bloodline of the humans here had already undergone an astonishing transformation. As a result, the weakest of the humans here were born in the Khanate realm. The strongest were even comparable to Heaven Immortals and Mystic Immortals. They were not inferior to some Khanate god fiends. In fact, because the seal set up by the demon clan was too strong, the heavenly Tao had actually completely forgotten about this place. As a result, the cultivation environment here was still in the ancient times. In other words, it was easier to attain the Tao of Daluo Jinxian here than in the primordial world. Perhaps even Dijun didn't expect that the peerless seal he set up to completely cut off the hope of the human clan would gradually evolve into the human clan's biggest protective umbrella with the changes of heaven and earth. It preserved an incomparably precious cultivation holy land for the human clan. Perhaps, when Dijun heard the news, he would be so angry that he would come over. All kinds of reasons combined made the human clan here abnormally powerful. If the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were excluded, the strength of the human clan in the primordial world might not be much stronger than the human clan here. Originally, Feng Zichen regarded the human clan in the little desolate world as his biggest trump card. He wouldn't use it easily. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he would ruthlessly trick the enemy. But now, in order to dominate the 3,000 great worlds, he had no choice but to reveal this trump card in advance. Feng Zichen wanted to transfer all the Daluo Jinxian in the little desolate world over and let them guard the myriad worlds trading city. This way, on the one hand, they could maintain the order of the myriad worlds trading city. On the other hand, it could also serve as a training ground for them. In the end, the little desolate world was still too small. Hundreds of Daluo Jinxian were already the limit it could accommodate. If they continued to stay in the little desolate world, not only would it delay their progress, it would also affect the birth of a new generation of experts. Therefore, Feng Zichen was more straightforward. He transferred all the Daluo Jinxian in the little desolate world out at once and let them come to the Realm C to develop. At the same time, it would also make room for the middle-level cultivators in the little desolate world so that they could obtain the capital to take a step forward. Rumble. Inexplicably, an extremely oppressive aura suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The void also began to tremble and then shattered with a loud bang. Then, hundreds of terrifying figures seemed to walk over from the end of the long river of time and space. They carried an unparalleled aura and shattered the void, descending into this world with an extremely powerful posture. Good. Very good. Seeing that everyone is so elegant, Zichen is relieved. When he suddenly saw everyone, even Feng Zichen could not hide the excitement in his heart, especially when he saw that they were as elegant as before. Feng Zichen was even more excited. Countless years of waiting did not cause them to lose their fighting spirit. Instead, it made them even stronger. From their posture, it could be seen that they were always preparing for the day when they would counterattack the desolate world. Moreover, unlike the human race in the desolate world, the human race in the little desolate world was undoubtedly closer to Feng Zichen. This was because as time passed, the human race in the desolate world no longer had much to do with Feng Zichen, except that they were also part of the human race. However, the little desolate world was different. Not only were there Feng Zichen's old friends here, but there were also his bloodline clansmen and elders. Most of the direct descendants of the ancient Feng tribe and the 9 kings of the human race were in the little desolate world. These were all people who were close to Feng Zichen. How could Feng Zichen not be excited when he suddenly saw them? He did not cultivate the heartless Tao. Greetings, your majesty, from the human race. The middle-aged man in the lead, who was also the leader of the 9 kings of the ancient times and the first generation of the human race, Yoyu, stepped forward and bowed to Feng Zichen. Elder Yoyu, it's been a long time. Seeing that Yoyu was about to bow down, Feng Zichen quickly stepped forward and helped him up. Even though he was already the Daluo Jinxian of the primordial chaos, Yoyu was a figure of the same generation as Swerin. He was also an elder of the human race who had watched Feng Zichen grow up. When he was young, he had taken good care of him. In front of such a figure, how could Feng Zichen calmly accept his bow? After greeting everyone, Feng Zichen began to talk about business with them. In fact, it was nothing. He just told them how to operate the Myriad World Trading City and how to refine the Boundless World. Myriad World Trading City? What an amazing idea. Your Majesty is still as generous as ever. After hearing Feng Zichen's plan, Yoyu exclaimed in shock. Beside him, the rest of the human kings also nodded in agreement. After that, they left the time for everyone to discuss. Feng Zichen did not interfere too much. They were all old friends and had already formed a tacit understanding. After understanding Feng Zichen's idea, they naturally knew what to do next. After 10,000 years, when the Myriad World Trading City officially began to operate, Feng Zichen decided to leave. After all, there were still many things waiting for him to deal with in the primordial world. In addition, he had already stayed in the Realm Sea for a long time. If he did not show up in the primordial world for a long time, it was inevitable that there would be some accidents. Therefore, it was time for him to leave. He had no choice but to leave. Staying here had nothing to do with him. If there were any problems, Yoyu and the others could solve them by themselves for a while. There was no need to trouble him. If Feng Zichen continued to stay here, he would only act as a mascot. Since that was the case, he might as well leave. The humans of the primordial world were still waiting for him. He could be completely at ease if he left this place to Yoyu and the others. He did as he thought. Feng Zichen immediately prepared to leave. However, before he left, he seemed to have thought of something and handed the broken chaos spiritual treasure, the Bell of Heaven and Earth, to Yoyu. It could be considered as giving them some means to protect themselves. After all, this was the Realm Sea. There were chaos demon gods sleeping everywhere. What if one day a chaos demon god suddenly woke up and discovered the Myriad World Trading City? With the strength of Yoyu and the others, they definitely could not stop the chaos demon god. But with the chaos spiritual treasure, the Bell of Heaven and Earth, it was different. Although they still could not stop the attack of the chaos demon god, the Bell of Heaven and Earth and the Myriad World Trading City were enough to let Yoyu and the others hold on until Feng Zichen came to save the situation. There was one thing that had to be said. As the oldest human race and the first existence to come into contact with the path of gods and demons, Yoyu's strength was not as simple as Daluo Jinxian. He was a sage-to-be. He was also the second existence of a human race, other than Feng Zichen, who relied on his own efforts to cultivate to the sage-to-be realm. This point specifically referred to the path of gods and demons. This was also the reason why Feng Zichen handed the bell of heaven and earth to Yoyu. Although they had a good relationship, it was obviously not the time to use this relationship here. It was because Yoyu was strong enough that Feng Zichen was assured to hand the bell of heaven and earth to him. The chaos spiritual treasure naturally had to be handed over to the strongest person. This way, it would be able to exert the greatest effect. As for why Feng Zichen did not move the chaos array over, it was not that he was unwilling, but that he could not. Did you think that Feng Zichen did not know that as long as the chaos array was moved over, the 10,000 Realms trading city would be impregnable? Of course, he knew, but he could not move the chaos array, because the chaos array was one of the foundations of the mini desolate world. Once he moved the chaos array, the mini desolate world would be half destroyed. Did he really think that the seals set up by the demon race was to protect the human race? They existed for the sake of destroying the human race. If it was not for the innate star tree and the protection of the chaos array, the mini desolate world would have been destroyed by the demon race's seal because of the depletion of spiritual energy and the decline of the rules. It was because of this that the chaos array could not be moved. Once the chaos array was moved, the power of the innate star tree alone would definitely not be able to withstand the suppression of the demon race's seal. The mini desolate world would also slowly decline because of this. Such an ending. Naturally, it was not what Feng Zichen wanted to see. If such a good cultivation, holy land like the mini desolate world was destroyed, it would be difficult to find an identical one. Therefore, the chaos array could not be moved. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen left the Realm Sea and returned to the Chaos world after confirming that he did not miss anything. However, although he had left, the plan of the Myriad Realms trading city to invade the upper-class world had already been launched. Although there were no great results yet, it would not be long before the rest of the small and medium-sized worlds in the Realm Sea, except for the 3,000 upper-class worlds, would be under Feng Zichen's control. Thinking about it this way, this could be considered an alternative strategy of surrounding the city with the countryside. This time, Feng Zichen was full of confidence in his plan to invade the 3,000 upper-class worlds. He felt that it might be unrealistic to take down all the 3,000 upper-class worlds in one go, but it was more than enough to take down half of them. After all, that was 2 innate treasures and hundreds of Daluo Jinxian. This force, not to mention the Realm Sea, even in the Chaos world where there were many powerful figures, it was a powerful force that could not be ignored. What was the situation in the Realm Sea now? Feng Zichen made a rough calculation. Excluding the Chaos Demon God, there were no more than 500 Daluo Jinxian in the entire Realm Sea. 500 Daluo Jinxian seemed to be a lot, but in fact, the 500 Daluo Jinxian were distributed in the 3,000 upper-class worlds. According to this calculation, there was only 1 Daluo Jinxian born in 5 or 6 upper-class worlds. Was this still a lot? The hundreds of Daluo Jinxian of a human clan were gathered together. One was scattered, and the other was gathered. The difference was clear at a glance. Perhaps, in the past, the number of Daluo Jinxian in the Realm Sea would definitely exceed 500 or even more. But after the Chaos Demon God came to the Realm Sea, there were only 500 Daluo Jinxian left in the Realm Sea. As for the reason, it was very simple. They were swallowed by the Chaos Demon God. If the Chaos Demon God wanted to recover his strength, how much power would he need? And in their eyes, the Daluo Jinxian happened to be the best tonic. If they were swallowed, who knew how many years of hard work would be saved? In this way, how could the Chaos Demon God not be tempted? Therefore, this caused the Daluo Jinxian in the Realm Sea to be so rare. As for the 500 Daluo Jinxian, how could they survive? As for Feng Zichen, he had no idea. He could only praise them for their means. With the strength of the Daluo Jinxian, they could survive in the hands of the Chaos Demon God. No matter what method they used, it was worthy of admiration. However, although Feng Zichen's plan was perfect, it was not without flaws. If the saint noticed the realm sea in advance, then his plan could be said to be half-wasted. Therefore, Feng Zichen hurriedly ran back to the primordial world. He wanted to find something for the saint to do so that he could focus all his energy on the primordial world and have no time to care about things outside the world, so as to buy time for the Yu family to develop. In short, it was just one sentence. The purpose of Feng Zichen's return this time was to specially cause destruction. Whatever the saint agreed with, he would oppose. Whatever the saint wanted to do, he would destroy. He would definitely make the saint so anxious that he would have no extra energy to do other things. The later the saint noticed the 3,000 great worlds, the more benefits Feng Zichen would get. And this, in the future, will be turned into the capital to deal with the heavenly Tao. After passing through the world tree and the sea of laws, Feng Zichen returned to the boundless starry sky. Coincidentally, at this time, in the primordial world, there was a major event related to the human race. Xiaqi, who was the Yu's son, defeated Bo Yi, the successor that the Yu had arranged in advance, and became the new human emperor of the human race. Long before the 9 provinces barrier was established, the Yu had a premonition that this time he was in danger. Therefore, on the eve of the 9 cauldrons establishment, the Yu summoned the elders of the human race and the leaders of the major tribes. Under their witness, he made Bo Yi the successor to prevent the human race from falling into a civil war because of the struggle for power after he had an accident. The Yu's arrangement was quite good, but he still underestimated his son's ambition. P.S. It will be published tomorrow. So tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I plan to release more chapters every day. After that, I will restore 5,000 words per chapter. Of course, if I achieve a high-quality achievement during this period, I will continue to release more chapters every day, at least for a week. Brothers, I am now at 2,820 subscriptions, only 180 subscriptions away from high quality. Actually, it is not much. As for those brothers who read the pirated version, each of them can come and subscribe to more than 10 chapters. So please, I beg you, give a lazy worm some support. I will kowtow to you. Pa, pa, pa. Chapter 697. Not to mention anything else, just Xiaqi alone. It was undeniable that he was a rare prodigy of the human race. Even compared to Yu the Great back then, he was not the slightest bit inferior. It could be said that Xiaqi, who had a noble background and unparalleled talent, was destined to be extraordinary from the moment he was born. Think about it. How could a person like him be willing to submit to others, especially a person who was not as good as him? So, Xiaqi rebelled. It became inevitable. Bo Yi was indeed very outstanding. Otherwise, Yu the Great would not have chosen him as his successor. But there was no doubt that Xiaqi was undoubtedly more outstanding, because he defeated Bo Yi. Under the situation where Bo Yi had already become the ruler of the human race, Xiaqi still defeated him. Just this point alone was enough to prove Xiaqi's excellence. At the very least, he was more outstanding than Bo Yi. As for how Xiaqi won and how Bo Yi lost, that was not important. A loss was a loss. His skills were inferior. How could there be so many reasons? As the human emperor, he could not be invincible in the primordial world, but he should at least be invincible in the human race. But Bo Yi did not do it. Then he was overthrown by Xiaqi, and there was nothing to say. The winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. Since ancient times, it had been like this. Bo Yi lost, then Xiaqi could replace him. After Xiaqi succeeded the throne, he carried out a bold and decisive reform of the human race. Among them, the most important thing was that he established the inheritance system. He openly destroyed the inherent abdication system of the human race and changed it to a hereditary system. He also established the first dynasty of the human race, Xia. At this point, the civilization of the human race had made a leap, upgrading from the tribal era to the feudal era. And for all of this, Feng Zichen on the Emperor's Star had always been watching coldly from the sidelines. He had no intention of interfering in this matter. Firstly, Xiaqi relied on his own strength to defeat Bo Yi, so he had no suitable reason to interfere in this matter. Secondly, the appearance of a complete and unified dynasty was inevitable for the development of the human race. Even if Xiaqi did not establish the Xia dynasty, there would be other Qis who would establish other complete and unified dynasties. This was because the emergence of a complete and unified dynasty would be beneficial to the gathering of the fortune of the human race. It would also give birth to the powerful force of the dragon Qi of the people Dao. Actually, a complete dynasty had been established in the human race since the ancient times. However, it wasn't called a dynasty at that time. It was called the imperial court, the human imperial court. It was the human Dao imperial court that was established by Feng Zichen and gathered the strength of the entire human race. At the same time, it was also the pinnacle of the ancient human race. Unfortunately, the imperial court did not last long before it was destroyed by the demon race. The history of the human Dao imperial court was also completely buried. As a result, most humans didn't know of the existence of the imperial court of human Dao. It was precisely because he had once controlled the imperial court that Feng Zichen understood better than anyone else what a unified dynasty meant to the human race. Therefore, he chose to watch Xiaqi's actions coldly. Open. Although you have fulfilled your dream, have you ever thought of your father? On the Emperor's star, Feng Zichen looked at Xiaqi, who was sitting on the Emperor's throne from afar. The expression on his face was unusually complicated. He had once hoped that many people would establish a unified dynasty, but Xiaqi was the only one among these people. It was because he was Yu's son. Before Qi established the Xia dynasty, although the chances were slim, the human race still had the chance to become the human emperor. However, after Qi established the Xia dynasty, this slim chance was undoubtedly even slimmer. It could even be said that if nothing unexpected happened, the next human emperor would be born among Xiaqi's descendants. Although Xiaqi's actions were beneficial to the development of the human race, at the same time, he also cut off the possibility of the rest of the human race becoming the human emperor, cutting off the future of others. It would definitely involve a great deal of karma, especially for a race like the human race, which had an unimaginable number of clansmen. The karma involved would undoubtedly be even greater. And such a huge cause and effect would not only involve Xiaqi, but also his family. As his father, Yu the Great would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of it. Although these karma would not hurt Yu the Great would probably never be able to become the 9th great emperor of the human race. If one wanted to become a great emperor, the first thing one had to do was to be selfless. However, Xiaqi had already turned the public world into a family world. How could this be called selfless? If he lost his selflessness, the throne would not be fated with Yu the Great. Forget it. This is something that I expected. Why should I feel pity about it? Shaking his head, Feng Zichen smiled bitterly. This matter was within his expectations. Therefore, although he felt pity for Yu the Great, he did not take it to heart. Yu the Great's current encounter was not any worse than that of a great emperor. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen slowly let go of this matter. However, there was one thing that he had to do. That was to recall the human Dao Emperor's seal. In the past, the human race was a public world. Feng Zichen had left the human emperor's seal with the human race as a symbol of the human emperor's authority. It was appropriate. After all, the human emperor was always in rotation. No one could always occupy the human emperor's seal. However, now that the human race had become a family world, it was somewhat inappropriate for him to continue leaving the human emperor's seal with the human race. How should he put it? Since Xiaqi could turn the world into his family, he might be able to turn the human emperor's seal into his family as well. He had to guard against this. Compared to the supreme authority of the human race, even if the human emperor's seal was a Khanate treasure, it was still far inferior. Therefore, why would Xiaqi, who dared to touch the world, not dare to touch the human emperor's seal? Therefore, in order to prevent such an awkward situation from happening, Feng Zichen had better take back the human emperor's seal. In any case, there were no more great emperors born in the human race. There was not much use for the human emperor's seal to remain in the human race. It was just more symbolic than practical. Take it back. With a thought, Feng Zichen thought of taking back the human emperor's seal. At the same time, in the human race's ancestral land, the former human emperor's palace, which was now the center of Great Xia's power, Xia Qi, who was toying with the human emperor's seal, suddenly felt the treasure in his hand tremble for no reason. Immediately after, a tremendous force came, sending the defenseless Xia Qi flying. Then, under Xia Qi's shocked gaze, the human emperor's seal suddenly rose high into the air. In the blink of an eye, it rushed out of the human emperor's palace and flew toward the Gauchian planet in the boundless starry sky. At the same time, the human emperor's palace also began to shake. An unparalleled force surged out and sent Xia Qi flying, who had just been sent flying by the human emperor's seal. This sudden scene completely stupefied Xia Qi. What? Xia Qi, who had regained his footing, looked at the human emperor's palace that had just sent him flying with a blank expression. He was very confused. Why had this happened? Wasn't he the human emperor? Why had he been abandoned by the human emperor's seal? And why had he been sent flying by the human emperor's palace? Just as Xia Qi was puzzled, the changes in the human emperor's palace did not end. Rumble. With a loud rumble, the human emperor's palace slowly faded away, vanishing before Xia Qi's eyes. Seeing this, Xia Qi was even more shocked. Everything that had happened today was completely out of his control. He did not like this very much. Your Majesty, you should leave the ancestral grounds. The capital of the Great Xia should not be built in the ancestral grounds. At the side of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, the Daluo Jingxian, who was guarding the human emperor's palace, walked out from a corner and spoke to Xia Qi. Compared to Xia Qi, the Daluo Jingxian knew much more. Naturally, he could tell what had happened from the human emperor's seal and the human emperor's palace. Whether it was the seal of Empress Lu or of the human emperor's palace, they were both related to the sage emperor. Now that they had both acted at the same time, it was clear that the sage emperor had made a move to call back the seal of Empress Lu. As for the disappearance of the human emperor's palace, the reason was even simpler. The sage emperor was unhappy with Xia Qi and felt that he did not have the right to control the human emperor's palace. Wasn't it normal for the human emperor's palace to disappear because of this? Understanding this, the Daluo Jingxian had clearly guessed Feng Zichen's thoughts. Therefore, he walked out of his seclusion and explained to Xia Qi. Although Xia Qi's status was precious, he was still young and had not lived by his father's side when he was young. Therefore, he might not know many secrets of the human emperor's palace. At this time, he needed someone to enlighten him. Senior, you mean? Just now, was it the sage emperor who made a move? But didn't the sage emperor fall? Hearing this, Xia Qi's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely understood something and asked the Daluo Jingxian in a low voice. Be careful with your words. What kind of person is the sage emperor? Is his life and death something you and I can guess? Facing Xia Qi's question, the human Daluo Jingxian shook his head mysteriously and did not give a clear answer. In this day and age, all the Daluo Jingxian who had lived a little longer knew that the human sage Emperor Zichen was best at faking his death to escape. Falling and whatnot was just to fool some newbies who did not know the ropes. Who would believe this if they had a little background? They would be cheated to death. However, it was not easy to explain this to Xia Qi. He could only give him a few hints and let him understand it himself. Thank you for your advice, Senior. Xia Qi understands. Taking a deep breath, Xia Qi thanked the Daluo Jingxian. Since it was the sage emperor's intention, it was not something he could control. He could only silently obey. However, Xia Qi was also a proud person. Since he was forced to leave today, he would definitely find a chance to get back at him in the future. Today, Xia Qi's meager achievements are not enough to control the human emperor's palace. But in the future, Xia Qi will enter the human emperor's palace with great achievements to prove to the sage emperor and the world that Xia Qi is no worse than father, Before leaving, Xiaqi secretly clenched his fists and swore loudly. Then, he brought his officials and left the ancestral land of the human race to build another capital city. "Ha! Good boy. You're ambitious. Then I'll wait for you to slap my face." On the North Star, Feng Zichen could not help but smile after hearing Xiaqi's oath. From this moment on, he was slightly more serious about Xiaqi. Perhaps this young man could bring him some surprises. Feng Zichen had always admired people with ambition, because as long as there were more people like this, the human race would become more prosperous. Next, in order to prove to the world that he was no worse than his father, Xiaqi began to work hard. He was strict with himself to win the trust of the people. Moreover, in order to show that he was willing to share the joys and sorrows of the human race, Xiaqi gave up the luxurious palace and lived in a simple wooden house. His every meal was no longer heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but ordinary grains and miscellaneous grains. Other than worshiping the gods and ancestors, he was not allowed to play music for entertainment. He respected the elderly and loved the children. Whoever had the ability, he would personally invite them to be put in an important position. Whoever knew martial arts, he would let whoever led the troops to war. In short, Xiaqi's current performance could be said to be the model of the most virtuous emperor since ancient times. Any emperor in the future who could do 1/10 of his could be said to be wise. The effect of Xiaqi's actions could be said to be very good. However, after more than 10 years, his reputation had greatly improved. As a result, everyone forgot that he had snatched the throne from Bo Yi's hands. In this way, after another 100 years, everyone had unanimously agreed that Xiaqi was Xia Yu's successor. As for the system of the family world where the father died and the son succeeded, everyone did not reject it anymore. In fact, they even felt that there was nothing wrong with it. After 1,000 years, the standard of living of the human race could be said to have improved by a level compared to before Xiaqi succeeded the throne. Tens of thousands of people lived and worked in peace, and all of them praised Xiaqi's merit. At this time, everyone was already used to the rule of the Xia dynasty. At this time, Xiaqi was not far from becoming a qualified human emperor. If he was given a certain amount of time to cultivate, perhaps he really had a chance to enter the ancestral land and take charge of the human emperor's palace again. However, it was probably impossible for him to reach the height of his father, Xia Yu, because in the current primordial world, there was no calamity waiting for Xiaqi to save the world. There were only a few things of great merit, and they had been almost done by the predecessors. There were not many left for the descendants. Therefore, as time passed, merit would become more and more precious. After all, compared to before, the path to obtaining merit was undoubtedly much less. What a good young man! On the Emperor's Star, Feng Zichen had been silently watching the development of the human race. When he saw Xiaqi's outstanding performance, he could not help but praise him. Faintly, he was looking forward to Xiaqi's next move. In fact, Feng Zichen was already prepared to crown him in the imperial ancestral temple. But unfortunately, he would never be able to wait until that day, because Xiaqi was dead. It was very sudden, without any warning. Xiaqi had fallen. He had fallen on his throne. How could this be? Feng Zichen, who was in seclusion, suddenly felt the luck of the human race shake. Then, he received an unbelievable news. Xiaqi had fallen. Who is it? Shocked and furious, Feng Zichen directly released a powerful divine sense and surged toward the primordial world, trying to find the murderer who killed Xiaqi. At the same time, the various holy lands of the primordial world also burst out with powerful divine senses and swept toward the primordial world. That was the saints. Obviously, they were also shocked by Xiaqi's sudden fall. After them were the many powerful beings of the primordial world. Xiaqi's sudden fall had truly shocked the entire primordial world. That was the human emperor. With the protection of the destiny of the people Dao, even a saint would not dare to easily kill him. However, such a figure had suddenly fallen, and he had died without a sound. How terrifying was the person who did it? Moreover, if that person could kill the human emperor without a sound today, it was possible that he could kill them without a sound in the future. Therefore, the cause of Xia Qi's death had to be investigated. Otherwise, those powerful beings would not be able to sleep and eat in peace in the future. Rumble. Feng Zichen's powerful divine sense directly ignored the Khanate formation that enveloped the entire capital of the Great Xia and arrived at the Great Xia Palace, where Xia Qi had fallen. As far as the eye could see, there was a dignified figure sitting on the high and mighty throne. Unfortunately, although the figure's aura was domineering, there was no sign of life on his body. It was obvious that he had fallen for a long time. The corpse sitting on the throne was none other than Xia Qi. After circling Xia Qi's corpse with his divine sense, Feng Zichen finally discovered the cause of his death. His soul was destroyed, and his true spirit was shattered. In other words, other than a corpse, Xia Qi could not leave anything behind. As for who the murderer was, Feng Zichen already knew at first glance when he saw Xia Qi's corpse. It was the people Dao Dragon Qi. Xia Qi had died from the backlash of the people Dao Dragon Qi. Dragon Qi was a power born from the fusion of the Ziwei star power and the earth vein energy. As for the people Dao Dragon Qi, it was a powerful power formed from the foundation of Dragon Qi and the wishes of the people. This power had the power to be immune to all magic and destroy all laws. It was the strongest life-saving method that the people Dao gave the human emperor, and it was also his method to control everything. However, because the people Dao Dragon Qi was too strong, this power became a double-edged sword. It could hurt the enemy and also hurt oneself. Perhaps it was because of the curse of the people Dao. The entire primordial world did not allow the existence of an eternal human emperor. Therefore, the human emperor had been on the throne for too long and had to abdicate. Otherwise, he would suffer the backlash of the people Dao. And the backlash of the people Dao was carried out by relying on the people Dao Dragon Qi. The people Dao Dragon Qi was a magical power. As time passed, it would slowly cause damage to its host. At first, this damage was not obvious. But in the later stages, this damage could take the host's life. Why did the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors only reign for 1,000,000 years, not tens of millions of years or billions of years? It was not that they were unwilling, but they could not. After 1,000,000 years, the people Dao Dragon Qi was so strong that it could threaten their lives. Therefore, they had no choice but to abdicate. Even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could not resist the people Dao Dragon Qi, let alone Xia Qi. Although Xia Qi had only been on the throne for less than 10,000 years. But firstly, he did not have as deep a foundation as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Secondly, he did not have as much merit as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Thirdly, during the period of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the destiny of the human race was not as strong as it was today. Of course, the most important point was that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were all chosen by the heavens and had the karmic position of heaven and earth. Therefore, they were able to receive the protection of the heavenly path. In this way, they were able to last for 1,000,000 years under the backlash of the people Dao Dragon Qi. As for the human emperors after them, they did not receive such good treatment. After the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the human race's emperor's fate had ended. The other human emperors only had the blessing of the human race's fate and the protection of the people Dao, but not the blessing of the heavenly path. Since that was the case, how could they be like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, holding on to the position of the human emperor for 1,000,000 years? Although Xia Qi was not bad, compared to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, he was not just a little bit inferior. To be able to hold on to the position of the human emperor for almost 10,000 years was already not bad. If it were anyone else, they would not even be able to hold on for a few thousand years. Of course, Di was an exception, because, to a certain extent, his achievements were not much weaker than the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. In addition, you had not been on the throne for 1,000,000 years. If you don't have the ability, don't blindly show off like others. This is great, isn't it? Your true spirit was destroyed, your soul dissipated, and you died on your throne. You even let the entire primeval world see you as a joke. After cursing in a low voice, Feng Zichen stepped forward and buried Xiaqi's body. To be honest, after learning the cause of Xiaqi's death, Feng Zichen was more shocked than sad. To be precise, his heart was filled with anger and shock, but not much sadness. This was not because he was too cold, but because in the years after he became the human emperor, Xiaqi had already cultivated to the realm of the Daluo Jingxian. Why did so many people covet the position of the human emperor? Wasn't it because of this? Once he became the human emperor, with the support of the human race's fate, his cultivation could be said to be thousands of miles a day. Cultivating for a year was equivalent to others cultivating for 10,000 years. Look at Xiaqi. Ever since he became the human emperor, in less than 10,000 years, he had advanced from the Tai Jingxian to the realm of the Daluo Jingxian. If this was in the past, how incredible would this be? One had to know that anyone who wanted to cultivate to the realm of the Daluo Jingxian had to go through millions or even tens of millions of years of bitter cultivation. Even someone as strong as Feng Zichen had to painstakingly polish himself for more than 100,000 years in the realm of the Tai Jingxian before he could become the Daluo Jingxian. But now, in less than 10,000 years, Xiaqi had completed the transformation from the Tai Jingxian to the Daluo Jingxian. This could be said to be a myth. From this, it could also be seen that the human race's fate was so strong that they could produce Daluo Jingxian in batches. Of course, Xiaqi's hard work was also part of the reason. If his talent was a little weaker, he would have died from the backlash of the dragon chi of the human path before he could succeed in becoming the Daluo Jingxian. However, the mass production of Daluo Jingxian was just a thought. How could it really become a reality? Did he really think that the loopholes of heaven and earth were so easy to exploit? The backlash of the dragon chi of the human path was to prevent such a situation from happening. According to Feng Zichen's calculations, after Xiaqi, the human path dragon chi would become stronger and stronger. There was probably no magic in the world that could hurt the human emperor. But similarly, as the human path dragon chi became stronger and stronger, the human emperor's time on the throne would become shorter and shorter. If it really evolved to the end, the human emperor would not be able to cultivate to the realm of the Daluo Jingxian. Even cultivation would become a problem. In fact, if the human emperor did not abdicate in time, Xiaqi's fate would be a lesson to him. Since Xiaqi had become a golden immortal of the great overarching heaven, he was an immortal existence. Therefore, Xiaqi's fall this time was just a long slumber. Moreover, his physical body was still there and had not suffered any damage. If Feng Zichen used the blood altar, it would not be long before he could gather the true spirit and soul of Xiaqi and revive him. However, the current Feng Zichen was clearly not in the mood to use the blood altar for Xiaqi. He was angry in his heart. He was angry that Xiaqi had overestimated himself. The human path dragon chi was in his body. Therefore, he did not know whether he could withstand the backlash of the human path dragon chi. Since his body could not withstand it, he should have abdicated the position of the human emperor as soon as possible to save his own life. He should not have chosen to grit his teeth and endure it, resulting in his true spirit being destroyed and his soul dispersing under the backlash of the human path dragon chi. It could be said that Xiaqi's end was completely self-inflicted. The backlash of the human path dragon chi did not suddenly erupt. Instead, it gradually increased. Therefore, Feng Zichen did not believe that Xiaqi did not notice that something was wrong. But he still died from the backlash of the human path dragon chi. It could only be said that he still chose to forcefully suppress the backlash of the human path dragon chi, even though he knew that his body could not withstand it, so that he could continue to stay in the position of the human emperor. However, Xiaqi had clearly underestimated the power of the human path dragon chi. He had also forgotten that the more something was suppressed, the more intense the backlash would be. When a human path dragon chi was suppressed to the limit by Xia Qi, it suddenly erupted. That powerful power destroyed Xia Qi's true spirit and soul in one fell swoop. He did not even have time to react. And this was the real reason why Xia Qi suddenly died. He did not die at the hands of outsiders, but died from the backlash of the human path dragon Qi. With anger in his heart, Feng Zichen carried out a simple treatment of Xia Qi's body and sent him to the side of Yu the Great in the Fire Cloud Cave. Let him sleep for a period of time so that he could remember. As for when Xia Qi would return, he would wait for Yu the Great to wake up and do as he wished. After doing all this, Feng Zichen returned to the Emperor's Star with a gloomy face. On the other side of the void, Niwa also returned to the beautiful Heavenly Wa Palace with a gloomy face. This time, she had lost a lot of face. Feng Zichen could easily see the cause of Xia Qi's death. Naturally, those saints could also easily see it. Therefore, most of them revealed gloating smiles and felt extremely comfortable in their hearts. However, when these laughter fell into the ears of the Niwa, it made her feel extremely ear-piercing. Her face was a little hot. Xia Qi's death was really a little aggrieved. However, he also proved to the world that the human path dragon Qi was powerful. Even a powerful Daluo Jinxian like Xia Qi could be easily killed by the backlash, let alone others. For a moment, everyone was a little more afraid of the human emperor. There was no way not to be afraid. This kind of power, when ruthless, would even kill his own people, let alone outsiders. It would undoubtedly be even more ruthless. No, the power of this human path dragon Qi is a little too strong. I have to think of a way to suppress it. Otherwise, the position of the human emperor will not only nurture experts for the human race, but it will also become a death sentence. After returning to the Emperor's Star, Feng Zichen's expression immediately changed. The gloominess on his face disappeared without a trace, and it turned into deep worry. The original intention of the position of the human emperor was to nurture an expert who could take charge of the human race in the shortest time possible. But now, with the evolution of the human race, the position of the human emperor gradually lost its original intention. It might be a little exaggerated to say that whoever sat on it would die. However, it was true that it would be more difficult to improve one's strength after sitting on it. In fact, if one was not careful, one's magic power would be slowly wiped out by the human path dragon Qi until one became immortal. Such a position of the human emperor was strong, but how could it nurture experts for the human race? No matter how strong the human emperor was, how many years could it exist? What about 100 years later, 1,000 years later, or 10,000 years later? It would not be a piece of yellow soil. It was far from being as practical as a Daluo Jinxian or a quasi-saint. Therefore, after returning to the Emperor's Star, Feng Zichen could not help but have the idea of suppressing the human path dragon Qi. This cannot go on. The position of the human emperor, which could not nurture experts for the human race, was almost half useless. Therefore, the power of the human path dragon Qi had to be suppressed. At this point, it might be difficult for others, but for Feng Zichen, it was not particularly difficult, because he was the great of Ziwei, the symbol of all emperors. Many of the characteristics of a human path dragon Qi were evolved from the power of the Emperor's Star. Therefore, if Feng Zichen wanted to suppress the human path dragon Qi, it would be easier than others. He only needed to use the origin of the Emperor's Star. And if others wanted to weaken the power of the human path dragon Qi, there was only one way. That was to weaken the destiny of the human race. The power of the human path dragon Qi was linked to the destiny of the human race. The stronger the destiny of the human race, the higher the upper limit of the human path dragon Qi. When it was at its strongest, its power was fully unleashed, and even saints had to avoid it. But if the destiny of the human race fell, then not to mention saints, even a powerful person could easily need the human race. Therefore, The best way to weaken the human path dragon Qi was to weaken the destiny of the human race. But how could Feng Zichen allow this to happen? The human race could have such a strong destiny today because countless human ancestors had sacrificed their lives in exchange. It could be said that every trace of the human race's destiny contained the blood and tears of the human race. Under such circumstances, anyone who touched the destiny of the human race would be the mortal enemy of the human race. For this reason, Feng Zichen would rather use the origin of the Emperor Star than weaken the destiny of the human race. Moreover, Feng Zichen's original intention of suppressing the power of the human path dragon Qi was to help the human race better cultivate experts. However, only when one's luck was strong could more experts be born. In this way, wouldn't it be putting the cart before the horse to weaken the destiny of the human race in order to suppress the human path dragon Qi? Suppress. On the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen silently urged the origin of the Emperor Star to suppress the human path dragon Qi hovering above the imperial capital of the Great Xia dynasty. Rumble. Endless Tao light appeared, bursting forth from the collision between the origin of the Emperor Star and the human path dragon Qi. It was incomparably resplendent and spread out in all directions. Soon, it filled the entire wilderness. In an instant, the entire world was no longer visible, filled with endless Tao light, so dazzling that all living beings couldn't open their eyes. This was the radiance of the human path, a power that belonged solely to the human path. At the same time, it was the most important part of the many powers that made up the human path dragon Qi. Just by relying on the dragon aura, it was naturally impossible to suppress the primordial world, let alone make the saints temporarily avoid the sharpness. But with the addition of the radiance of the human path, things were different. This was the power of the human path. Once it erupted, who could contend against it unless the heavenly Tao, or Dao, personally took action? Not even primordial chaos Daluo, Jinxian. This was why the human path dragon Qi was invincible. Damn it, I seem to have underestimated the human path dragon Qi. On the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen's expression was a little ugly. Just as he had said, he had indeed underestimated the power of the human path dragon Qi. He had thought that using the origin of the Emperor Star to suppress the human path dragon Qi was a sure thing, but after this exchange he realized that it was not the case at all. The power of the human path dragon Qi was not inferior to the origin of the Emperor Star at all. When the two exchanged blows, they were actually evenly matched. The endless human path radiance appeared to counter the suppression of the Emperor Star's origin. In other words, the Emperor Star was the birthplace of the heavenly Tao. Its origin was of the same origin as the heavenly Tao and contained a portion of the origin power of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, as soon as it came into contact with the human path dragon Qi, it would be scattered by the human path radiance. Seeing that things were not going well, Feng Zichen had no choice but to change his strategy. He gave up suppressing the human path dragon Qi and slowly withdrew the Emperor Star's origin. Only then did the human path radiance that filled the entire wilderness slowly fade away. It seems that I can't suppress the human path dragon Qi without using the Emperor Qi. But, narrowing his eyes slightly, Feng Zichen's expression was a little hesitant. Other than the Emperor Star's origin, it was not that he did not have a way to suppress the human path dragon Qi. He could use the Emperor Qi. This was the power born from the fusion of the Hongmeng Qi and the Emperor Star's power. Its essence was extremely high and was close to the power of the Great Tao. It was more than enough to suppress the human path dragon Qi. However, the Emperor Qi of Ziwei could be said to be one of Feng Zichen's greatest trump cards. This was what he had prepared to use to deal with the heavenly Tao, so it was not good to expose it at this time. But after hesitating for a while, Feng Zichen had a plan in his heart. He realized that he had entered the wrong place earlier. Why did he have to suppress the human path dragon Qi? Couldn't he change his way of thinking? For example, protecting the human emperor. The origin of the Emperor Star might not be able to suppress the human path dragon Qi, but the human path dragon Qi could not do anything to him. Therefore, Feng Zichen decided to change his way of thinking. He did not continue to use the Emperor Star's origin to suppress the human path Dragon Qi. Instead, he used the Emperor Star's origin to protect the human emperor from the backlash of the human path Dragon Qi. Under the protection of the Emperor Star's origin, the human path Dragon Qi would definitely not be able to hurt the human emperor. There was just one thing that needed to be paid special attention to. That was the human path Dragon Qi would become stronger and stronger with the passage of time, but the Emperor Star's origin would not. It would become weaker and weaker with the passage of time. After all, the Emperor Star would not favor a person for no reason, unless that person could do something that was beneficial to the Emperor Star. Only then could they obtain the Emperor Star's favor. To be precise, as the human emperor, the more outstanding his performance, the more the Emperor Star's origin would be obtained. Conversely, it was the same. But no matter what, once the Emperor Star's origin was exhausted, it meant that he should abdicate. Otherwise, the backlash of the human path Dragon Qi would cause him to reach the end of his life ahead of time. Go. With a thought, Feng Zichen adjusted the Emperor Star and injected a wisp of the star's origin into the body of Xia Qi's son, the second emperor of the Xia dynasty, Taikong. This wisp of Emperor Star's origin could help him resist the backlash of the human path Dragon Qi for 100 years. As for what happened after that, it all depended on his own fortune. If the Xia dynasty flourished in his hands, then Taikong would definitely receive more support from the Emperor Star's origin and be able to resist the backlash of the human path Dragon Qi for a longer time. If the Xia dynasty could not flourish in Taikong's hands, or even become weaker, then after 100 years, he would either choose to abdicate or die from the backlash of the human path Dragon Qi. Everything depended on Taikong's ability. After doing all this, Feng Zichen no longer paid attention to the human race. The development of the human race had long been on the right track, and there was no need for him to worry too much. Now, he had more important things to do. Feng Zichen did not forget his purpose of returning to the primitive world this time. That was to keep causing trouble for the saints. Moreover, through this period of observation and the information obtained from Xianxing, Feng Zichen could not help but analyze that the three pure ones seemed to be doing something big recently. Didn't you see that they didn't even show their faces much now? In the past, the three pure ones were so high profile. Every tens of thousands of years, they would preach the Tao to show their presence. But now, when Xia Qi died, they showed their faces once. The rest of the time, they lived in seclusion and there was no news at all. Such an abnormal action clearly indicated that they were planning something big. There was also the two saints who received and guided Junti. Their behavior was also wrong. Ever since Hao Yan returned, the two of them had been holed up in the west and did not come out. This was very wrong. It was hard to say for Saint Junti, but in the past, Saint Junti wished that he could live in the east so that he could seize all the opportunities to guide away the geniuses of the east and recruit talents for the west. But now, there was no sign of Saint Junti in the east. It had been a long time since he had heard that famous saying of the primordial world, "Fellow Taoist, you are fated with the West." It was very uncomfortable. As for the conflict between the Chaos Demon God lineage and the Panga divine system, that was not a matter. A long time had passed, and the living beings had changed several times. Other than those with great divine abilities who still remembered these things, time was the strongest weapon. It was enough to make people forget everything and bury everything. The silence of Junti and Junti was not without reason. This might also be a big move. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was energized. He had to destroy it. No matter what the big move of the three pure ones in Junti was, he only needed to destroy it. Anyway, their big move would not be a good thing for him. Whatever the enemy wanted to do, he would oppose it all. That would be right. Now, Feng Zichen planned to do so. This should be the earliest bureaucracy in the primordial world. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen could not help but cast his gaze at Kunlun Mountain. If the three pure ones had any plans, Kunlun Mountain was definitely the best choice. After all, that was their birthplace. There must be a backup plan left behind by Pangu that was enough to block all spying. P.S. This is the first time I have posted a 10,000-word chapter. It might also be the last time. Please subscribe. Chapter 698. On the other side, just as Feng Zichen was monitoring the Kunlun Mountain, on the South Pole Star, the South Pole Longevity Emperor also opened his eyes and quietly lowered his gaze, looking in the direction of Mount Meru to monitor the movements of Zhuan-Ti and Zhuan-Ti. The two of them each monitored one side, waiting for them to make a big move and destroy it immediately. However, before Feng Zichen and the other 5 saints made a big move, as if they were deliberately going against him, something happened on the human side. Feng Zichen, who had originally planned not to interfere in the affairs of the human race, had no choice but to continue looking at the human race. Good fellow. In less than 100 years, my Empress Taikong was chased off the throne, lost her throne, and wandered outside. Looking at the person who chased Taikong off the throne, Feng Zichen was speechless. Good fellow, it was also an acquaintance. It was Yi, the former great sorcerer Yi of the Witch Clan, who was also the current Hui. Back then, the great sorcerer Yi was schemed against by Shi-He. On the day of Feng Zichen's wedding, he went to the human race and wanted to snatch his new wife, the divine Empress Chong Yi of the human race. For this, Feng Zichen was furious. He used the human Dao imperial court to suppress Yi, who had lost control. Not long after, he sent him into the cycle of reincarnation in an attempt to solve the hidden dangers in Yi's body and restore him to normal. After that, he did not return for a long time. Feng Zichen gradually forgot about him, but he did not expect that today, more than 10 million years later, he would see the great sorcerer Yi again. No, to be precise, it was the reincarnation of the great sorcerer Yi, Yi of the human race. That's right, after more than 10 million years, Yi reincarnated into the human race and became the leader of the Qiong tribe of the Eastern barbarians of the human race. Not long ago, he was also the one who chased Empress Taikong off the throne. Tisk, there's going to be a lot of fun. With a thought, Feng Zichen understood the whole story. It was nothing more than that after Empress Taikong succeeded the throne, he was greedy for pleasure and ignored political affairs, causing the people to be resentful. After that, this fellow did not repent and brought a large group of his subordinates out to hunt. Are you messing around? Then his house was stolen. Taking advantage of Tai Kang's absence, Yi led his troops to take over the capital of the Xia dynasty. When Tai Kong received the news and wanted to take back the capital, he realized that he was no match for Yi. That's right. How could a person who is so greedy for pleasure be a match for Yi who fought all year round? Thus, Yi replaced Tai Kong and became the new king of the Xia dynasty. At this time, there was no such thing as a change of dynasty. Therefore, even if Yi banished Tai Kong, he still called himself Empress Xia instead of establishing a new dynasty. In this way, the human race ushered in the reign of Yi. It made sense. Although Yi was born in the Wu tribe, he had contributed to shooting down the sun. After careful calculation, all the creatures in the untainted land had received his favor. Therefore, it was suitable for him to lead the human race, even if it was to repay the karma of the past. However, there was a huge karma between Yi and Feng Zichen. It seems that Yi has not awakened the memories of his previous life. Otherwise, with his personality, he would not have taken a fancy to the identity of the monarch of the Xia dynasty. From Yi's current actions, Feng Zichen had analyzed a lot of things. First of all, he was sure that Yi had not awakened the memories of his previous life. Otherwise, he would have run back to the Wu tribe long ago. He would not be like now, eagerly staying in the human race to compete with Tai Kong for the position of the human king. Sigh, why is Tai Kong so useless? He is the descendant of Xian Yuan, the eldest grandson of Yu the Great, and the eldest son of Qi. How could he be so easily taken away by others? Even if he inherited a trace of the advantages of his ancestors, it shouldn't be like this. It's enough that the flying dragon can lose. On the Emperor's star, Feng Zichen complained. Until now, he still could not understand how Tai Kong had become like this. One had to know that at this time, it had not been long since the fall of Yu the Great in Xia Qi, and the world was still thinking about their merits. With the foundation they had left behind, as long as Tai Kong worked a little harder, he would not end up being ousted from the throne. He did not want to make progress and was greedy for pleasure. Sai, the ruler of a fallen country. Feng Zichen was in a very bad mood, so much so that he kept complaining to Tai Kong. This was not because he was dissatisfied with Tai Kong, but because of the lunar star. Just now, he suddenly felt a strange fluctuation coming from the lunar star. Obviously, Wang Shu could not help but attack him after knowing that Ho Yi had reappeared. Back then, Ho Yi had offended Wang Shu when she was still Chang, the divine empress of a human race. Chang Yi had been virtuous and virtuous all her life. She could be said to be the divine emperor's good wife. It could be said that she was full of merits. However, no one was perfect. Even someone as virtuous as the divine empress had something to criticize. On the day of the wedding, a man from another race came to snatch the bride. Although this had nothing to do with Chang Yi and was all Ho Yi's personal behavior, it would not be good if word of this spread out. Who asked Ho Yi and Chang Yi to be unlucky and be schemed against by Shi He and Di Jun? This matter became the only stain on Chang Yi's perfect resume. It was also because of this that the grudge between Wang Shu and Ho Yi was formed. Not only did he not get any benefits from saving people, but he also ended up in trouble and saved himself a big problem. It would be strange if Wang Shu was not angry. As for Ho Yi, it was because he was schemed against by Shi He that he did such an unwise thing. Regarding this, Wang Shu had always sneered. Just by saying that he was schemed against, he wanted to expose the matter of destroying his reputation. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Wang Shu would not forget the karma between him and Shi He. But similarly, he would not forget the karma between him and Ho Yi. Ho Yi would eventually pay the price for his actions that day. Back then, when Ho Yi was suppressed by Feng Zichen, Wang Shu had not recovered his memory and was relatively weak. Even if Ho Yi was in front of him, he was unable to take revenge. But now, he was already one of the few top-notch great divine abilities in the primordial world. Wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with a Ho Yi who had not recovered his strength? So, after sensing Ho Yi's aura, Wang Shu directly made a move, wanting to give Ho Yi retribution and end the karma from back then. And regarding all of this, Feng Zichen naturally stood on his wife's side. "Oh, you asked for this. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Feng Zichen's heart moved slightly. It was obvious that he had a plan. He was prepared to find an opportunity to kick Ho Yi off the stage and send him back into the cycle of reincarnation. Look at what Ho Yi was like now. He was greedy for pleasure and did not want to improve. He was exactly the same as Tai Kong from before. If this continued, he would be crippled. He might not even be able to withstand the backlash of the dragon energy of the people path. Not to mention recovering his strength and awakening the memories of his previous life. Therefore, this account could be considered useless. It was better to send it back into the cycle of reincarnation and rebuild it. Yes, this excuse was very good. In the future, if the Lady of Earth asked, he would use this to brush her off. Feng Zichen was doing this for Ho Yi's own good. Being killed by Wang Shu was better than being killed by the backlash of his people path dragon energy. At the very least, if he died to the former, nothing would happen to Ho Yi's true spirit. He still had a chance to be reincarnated. However, if he died to the latter, his true spirit would be destroyed. If Ho Yi wanted to be resurrected, it would really become a troublesome matter. It was also Ho Yi's own failure that gave others a chance to make a move. Otherwise, if he was a wise ruler and made the great Xia dynasty prosper, who would dare to touch him? The human emperor's dignity would not be lost. He was almost invincible in the primordial world. In the long river of destiny, as the moon star trembled, the destiny of the human race also underwent an inexplicable change. Wisps of destiny separated, giving birth to one person after another with great destiny. As the Saint Empress of the human race, the deity position stood in the ancestral temple of the human race and enjoyed the worship of the human race for generations. Wang Shu naturally had the ability to mobilize the destiny of the human race. Although this bit of destiny was not much, it was enough to have a certain impact on the human race. At the same time, Feng Zichen secretly mobilized the Ziwei star and planted wisps of Emperor's aura on those with great destiny, making them the powerful successors of the human king to compete with Ho Yi for the throne. For a moment, the human race fell into war again. When the Great Era descended, destiny would definitely fluctuate because of it, and countless opportunities would be born. Therefore, every time the Great Era descended, although countless living beings would die tragically, there would also be many heroes who would take the opportunity to rise and create their own glory. After this time, the human race might produce many experts. Of course, this did not mean that Feng Zichen was ruthless. In order to let the human race produce more experts, he did not care about the lives of those innocent people. In fact, that was not the case. Although there were many ordinary mortals in the human race, the main body was still made up of cultivators. This meant that the civil war of the human race involved cultivators and not ordinary people. In addition, with the protection of the 9-province barrier, ordinary mortals would not be affected by the war between cultivators. This civil war of the human race completely revolved around cultivators. It might affect the lives of ordinary people, but it would not cause any serious consequences. Therefore, mortals could be more or less worry-free. As for the casualties of cultivators, this could only be said that since they had chosen to embark on this path of no return, they had to be prepared to pay with their lives at any time. The path of cultivation was against the heavens to begin with. It was normal for it to be full of ups and downs. It was impossible to have a smooth journey all the way. Just like writing a novel, it was normal to die halfway. Moreover, for the sake of the human race's strength, some sacrifices were inevitable. When the heavens emit killing intent, the stars shift. When the earth emits killing intent, dragons and snakes rise. When humans emit killing intent, heaven and earth turn upside down. When heaven and man unite, all changes are fixed. On the untainted land, as Feng Zichen and Wang Shu killed each other with a single thought, a magnificent upheaval began. Ho Yi had been in power for less than 1,000 years before he was killed by his subordinate, Han Li, and became a stepping stone for him to become Empress Xia. After that, Xia Qi's descendants rose and wanted to recreate the glory of their ancestors to fight for the throne with Han Li. At this time, when the other powerful tribes saw this, they also had thoughts. They felt that if Ho Yi could be king and Han Li could be king, why couldn't they? In this world, Xia Qi could take it, Ho Yi could take it, and Han Li could take it. Naturally, they could take it too. Therefore, the leaders of the various tribes who had such thoughts joined the battle for the throne. This was, if Tai Kong lost his position, the world would despise him. In less than 1,000 years, the human race was in chaos. It could be said that heroes rose and ruled the world together. Until 10,000 years later, Yu the Great's descendant, Yu Shaokong, rose strongly. He first killed Han Li, then swept away the heroes, re-established the world, and revived the Great Xia. At this point, the supreme power of the Great Xia returned to the hands of Yu the Great's descendants after a few changes. It was also from then on that the human race regained peace and entered the stage of recuperation. It was a pity that due to the increasingly harsh environment of heaven and earth, although many Tai Jingxian were born, none of the Daluo Jingxian was born. Now, the most likely person to become the Daluo Jingxian in the human race was the human king, Yu Shaokong. Note, after Yu the Great, there were no more human sovereigns. They were all called the human kings. As long as he could sit on the human king's position for 10,000 years, he would definitely become the Daluo Jingxian. If he could sit on the human king's position for 1,000,000 years like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, then not only would he become a great divine power in the future, he would also have a chance of becoming the primordial Daluo Jinxian. However, all of this had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. It all depended on Yu Xiaokong's own hard work. And now, Feng Zichen. There were more important things to do. There was movement from the three Pure Ones. Kunlun Mountain, which had been peaceful for a long time, suddenly stirred up a boundless storm. Beams of resplendent, immortal light rose from the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain and spread towards the entire primordial world. The immortal light was unusually clear and pure, as if it contained the principles of heaven and earth. It gently streaked across the world, releasing a speechless mystery. In an instant, the world seemed to be different. It was as if it had been separated by an inexplicable force, creating a barrier. This is Feng Zichen carefully sensed for a moment, and finally realized that the world was different from before. After the immortal light streaked across, what changed was not the world, but the connate chi and postnatal chi that filled the world. Under the attack of the three Pure Ones, the chi that filled the primordial world seemed to have been cut in the middle, and there was a distinction between clear and turbid. In the past, although the world was divided into two, there was no chi of heaven. This did not mean that the primordial world did not have connate clear chi and connate turbid chi. Instead, what occupied the mainstream of the primordial world was the purest connate chi that the world had spontaneously transformed from the chaos chi. This kind of connate chi was directly transformed from the chaos chi, so it did not have any attributes. It could also be said that it contained all attributes, including clear and turbid, yin and yang, 5 elements, and so on. Therefore, after this kind of connate chi was absorbed by cultivator, it could be transformed into connate power of any attribute. The postnatal chi that was directly transformed from connate chi had the same characteristics as it. But now, as the chi of heaven had a distinction between clear and turbid, this characteristic was no longer there. Half of it was missing. How could it be as perfect as before? Good. The three Pure Ones are really generous. After coming back to his senses, Feng Zichen clicked his tongue and said, he had roughly guessed the three Pure Ones' plan. After the distinction between clear and turbid chi of heaven, the three Pure Ones would undoubtedly benefit the most. As the connate holiness that was born from the fusion of the fragments of Pangu's primordial spirit and the connate clear and turbid chi of heaven, the three Pure Ones could be said to be the ancestors of the connate light chi. Therefore, in the future, if someone cultivated the connate light chi, he would definitely be classified as a disciple of the three Pure Ones. Think about it. If all the cultivators in the future were to be disciples of the three Pure Ones, how much would their fate expand? It would not be an exaggeration to say that they would be the top 3 in the primordial world. However, there was another loophole. That was, there were countless cultivators in the primordial world. How could the three Pure Ones make these cultivators willingly give up using the connate chi to cultivate and use the light chi that was not as good as the connate chi? However, since the three Pure Ones dared to divide the connate chi, they must have a perfect plan that could make this happen. According to Feng Zichen's speculation, the three Pure Ones should create a cultivation system that relied on the connate light chi to replace the existing cultivation system. Moreover, this new cultivation system would definitely be better than the previous one. Otherwise, who would be willing to change the cultivation system for no reason? Just as Feng Zichen was thinking about this, the three Pure Ones made another move on the Kunlun Mountain. Mysterious runes rose from the Kunlun Mountain and formed a supreme Taoist scripture in the sky. The mysterious wave spread out, almost alarming all the living beings in the primordial world. They subconsciously looked in the direction of the Taoist scripture. Then, before the people could see clearly what kind of mystery was recorded in the supreme Taoist scripture, they heard a boom. The supreme Taoist scripture suddenly exploded and turned into countless light spots that scattered all over the primordial world. Swish, the next moment, a cultivation method called the Celestial Immortal Path appeared in the minds of all living beings. The celestial immortal path was a cultivation method that was different from the traditional immortal path. It was jointly created by the Taoist priests of the Three Pure Ones. The times were changing, the rules were changing, and so was the Great Tao. The Taoist priests of the Three Pure Ones went with the flow and redefined the immortal path, creating the celestial immortal path. Unlike the traditional immortal path that collected the connate qi, the celestial immortal path needed to collect the connate light qi, which was the so-called spiritual qi. In other words, the celestial immortal path relied on spiritual qi. Obviously, this was the Three Pure Ones method to make all living beings use spiritual qi. Compared to the traditional immortal path, the celestial immortal path was undoubtedly simpler. It was easier to cultivate and break through. There was no doubt about this, because the cultivation of the celestial immortal path mainly focused on refining the primordial spirit and neglected the cultivation of the body. In other words, the reason why the celestial immortal path could be cultivated so quickly was that it gave up refining the body. To cultivate the traditional immortal path, one had to refine the body while strengthening the primordial spirit. This would undoubtedly slow down one's cultivation speed. However, the celestial immortal path had almost completely given up on refining the body. Wouldn't this greatly increase the efficiency of cultivation? It would be strange if one didn't advance quickly. Focusing on the primordial spirit was the celestial immortal path's greatest characteristic. At the same time, this was especially in line with the Three Pure Ones situation. Everyone knew that because the Three Pure Ones were formed from Pangu's primordial spirit, their primordial spirits were innately powerful, second only to the Tao ancestors and demon ancestors. Just as the shamans were known for their physical bodies, the Three Pure Ones were known for their primordial spirit. But at the same time, there was nothing perfect in the world. Shamans had powerful bodies, but they didn't have a primordial spirit to match them. Due to their excessively powerful primordial spirits, the Three Pure Ones' primordial spirits were incomparably weak. Of course, this weakness was the result of comparing their bodies to the other connate demon gods, not connate life forms. To connate life forms, the Three Pure Ones' primordial spirits were unreachable, no matter how weak they were. The Three Pure Ones' primordial spirits were their flaw, just like how shamans were born without a primordial spirit. Since they couldn't strengthen their bodies, they could only play to their strengths and focus on strengthening their primordial spirits. For this reason, it was only natural that the Three Pure Ones, who were skilled in the primordial spirit Tao, would create the celestial immortal path that specialized in primordial spirit cultivation. The celestial immortal path was most compatible with the Three Pure Ones. As for ordinary living beings, they didn't have much of a choice. Cultivating the traditional celestial immortal path was just too difficult. Of course, it wasn't that difficult. They could grit their teeth and overcome it. There was no such thing as suffering in cultivation. Most importantly, the traditional celestial immortal path was just too time-consuming. They would need to cultivate in seclusion for tens of thousands of years at the drop of a hat. This wouldn't have been a problem in the Connate era. Wasn't just tens of thousands of years. Everyone was a life form born of heaven and earth, with an endless lifespan. Tens of thousands of years were but a drop in the ocean. It would pass in the blink of an eye. But it wouldn't work now, because with the advent of the postnatal era, those who hadn't reached the Connate level would have a limited lifespan. Celestial immortals could only enjoy a lifespan of 18,000 years. After 18,000 years, if they couldn't become mystic immortals, they wouldn't be able to escape the end of their lifespan and their souls entering the cycle of reincarnation. Mystic immortals were slightly better than celestial immortals. They could enjoy a lifespan of 1 yuan, which was 129,600 years. But after that, if they couldn't break through to the golden immortal realm, they wouldn't be able to escape the end of their lifespan and reincarnation. In the postnatal era, cultivators could only break through to the golden immortal realm to get rid of the limit of their lifespan. They could truly live forever and live as long as heaven and earth. Therefore, golden immortals had another name, which was the longevity realm, also known as the longevity realm. Under such circumstances, wouldn't it be ridiculous to expect cultivators to spend tens of thousands of years in seclusion to temper their bodies like before in order to break through to the next realm? If they lost their lives, how could they break through? Therefore, the moment the celestial immortal path appeared, Feng Zichen had already expected it to prosper. There was no other reason. It was because the celestial immortal path could allow people to live longer. In the postnatal era, what cultivators valued the most was strength. However, in the postnatal era, although cultivators also valued strength, they valued lifespan more. If one didn't have enough lifespan, no matter how strong they would only be a grain of sand. In this case, what was the use of having strength? Only by completely breaking free from the limit of one's lifespan and not worrying about it would one have the right to pursue strength. At this moment, the appearance of the celestial immortal path could allow all living beings to break through to the next realm faster and obtain more lifespan. In the face of such a temptation, who could refuse? As for the celestial immortal path, not being as strong as the traditional immortal path and being unable to temper the body, these were not problems. When one's lifespan was insufficient, one would naturally focus on increasing one's lifespan. However, after one's lifespan was enough, one should put the pursuit of strength first. What? The body was too weak. That didn't matter. Without the limit of one's lifespan, there would naturally be time to temper it. Immortals. What they didn't lack the most was time. The powerful traditional immortal path would eventually be replaced by the more efficient celestial immortal path because it took too much time. Different environments of heaven and earth created different pursuits. This was the general trend and would not be changed by external forces. Lifespan. The tyranny of the postnatal era had already begun to show. It deprived the innate life forms of the ability to live forever, causing them to have a limited lifespan. It could be expected that as time passed, longevity would become the goal of all living beings and gradually evolve into the theme of the postnatal era. Why would the Feast of Immortality Peaches be so popular in the future? There was no other reason than that the Immortality Peaches could increase the lifespan of immortals. If one ate a 3,000-year-old Immortality Peach, one would directly become a celestial immortal. If one ate a 6,000-year-old Immortality Peach, one would directly become a mystic immortal. Note, a mystic immortal's lifespan is 129,600 years. To mortals, this is already considered immortality. The highest grade Immortality Peach was 9,000 years old. If one ate one would directly become a golden immortal. From then on, one would live as long as heaven and earth and shine as brightly as the sun and moon. Such a treasure was taken out by the Queen Mother to entertain guests. Which immortal wouldn't like it? It was no wonder that the Queen Mother could use it to attract people's hearts. As for the appearance of the celestial immortal path, could it impact the martial Tao? Feng Zichen said that it didn't matter at all. The heavenly immortal Tao only simplified the traditional immortal Tao. It didn't lower the threshold. In fact, it raised the threshold slightly. Those who couldn't cultivate the traditional immortal Tao in the past still couldn't cultivate the heavenly immortal Tao. Since that was the case, how could it affect the martial Tao? The martial Tao could be said to be a threshold without any threshold. It was the capital that allowed it to stand tall in the eldritch world. No matter how time passed, no matter how the environment changed, as long as people still pursued strength, the martial Tao would never decline. The essence of the martial Tao was to become stronger, and becoming stronger had long become the instinct of living beings. Since that was the case, how could the martial Tao decline? Even if there were many cultivation systems in the eldritch world, the martial Tao would at most be affected and be in a slump for a period of time. It wouldn't completely decline because of that, unless every living being in the eldritch world was a genius. That way, there was a possibility that the martial Tao would decline. But was that possible? Everyone was like a dragon? That only existed in dreams. The difference was made by comparison. Therefore, Feng Zichen wasn't worried at all that the appearance of the heavenly immortal Tao would affect the martial Tao. However, the appearance of the heavenly immortal Tao made Feng Zichen see an opportunity to plot against the three pure ones. The clear and turbid qi were interdependent. The connate light qi was absorbed by the heavenly immortal Tao and became a resource for its advancement. But what about the connate turbid qi? Was he going to leave it there and not care? That wouldn't do. One had to know that the impact of the imbalance between clear and turbid was no less than the imbalance between yin and yang. Unfortunately, the three pure ones were born from the connate light qi and were the most noble. Although the connate turbid qi wasn't considered poison to them, it would still make them feel extremely filthy and difficult to approach. In layman's terms, they were born to dislike the connate turbid qi. It was just like how the Magi were born to dislike the connate light qi. Therefore, to let the three pure ones absorb the connate turbid qi was even more uncomfortable than killing them. To the cultivators of the heavenly immortal Tao, the connate turbid qi was a kind of poison that could corrupt their immortal bodies and destroy their cultivation. As a result, the cultivators of the heavenly immortal Tao naturally hated the connate turbid qi. Not to mention absorbing it, they didn't even want to see it. However, the connate turbid qi was placed there and they could not deal with it. Otherwise, once the imbalance between clear and turbid qi led to a disaster, the karma caused by it would all be blamed on the three pure ones. Therefore, the three pure ones would definitely think of a way to solve the problem of too much connate turbid qi to prevent the imbalance between clear and turbid qi in the primordial world. As for how the three pure ones would solve the problem, Feng Zichen wasn't too sure and couldn't guess. However, no matter what method the three pure ones used, Feng Zichen didn't think that it was better than his method. That's right. Feng Zichen already had a plan in his heart about how to solve the problem of too much connate turbid qi. Moreover, he planned to be a good person this time and help the three pure ones solve the problem for free. Since the three pure ones could use the connate clear qi as the foundation to create a heavenly immortal Tao, Feng Zichen could also use the connate turbid qi as the foundation to create a supreme heavenly demon Tao and compete with the heavenly immortal Tao. The immortal Tao was on the stage. How could the demonic Tao be missing? One immortal and one devil, one clear and one turbid. Only in this way could it be in line with the balance of heaven and earth. The appearance of the heavenly demon Tao could be said to have made up for the flaws of the heavenly immortal Tao. It allowed the connate turbid qi to have a place to go. According to this, Feng Zichen had helped the three pure ones a lot and helped them make up for a fatal flaw. However, Feng Zichen didn't intend to ask the three pure ones for compensation. It was all for the safety of the primordial world. It wasn't enough. He was Feng Zichen. He was so selfless. As for the fact that he had created the heavenly demon Tao with the connate turbid qi as the foundation, he had been recognized by the heavenly Tao as making up for the three pure ones' mistakes. As a result, he had taken half of the three pure ones' opportunities. That really had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. He didn't want to snatch the opportunities of the three pure ones. He just couldn't bear to see the primordial world suffer a disaster and made a patch for the great plan of the three pure ones. As for the consequences of doing so, he couldn't care less. After all, the consequences were more important than the safety of all living beings in the world. The three pure ones had created the heavenly immortal Tao and opened up another cultivation system for all living beings. This was a great act of merit. There would definitely be merit from the heavenly Tao. However, this great merit was not complete. There was a huge hidden danger. That was, if the heavenly immortal Tao was allowed to continue developing, it would definitely cause the primordial world to be imbalanced and lead to a world-destroying disaster. The connate turbid qi was a whole. How could he use half and throw away the other half? Therefore, although it was a great merit for the three pure ones to create the heavenly immortal Tao, they had also buried a huge hidden danger while obtaining merit. At this moment, Feng Zichen suddenly did the opposite. Using the Khanate turbid Qi as the foundation to create the supreme heavenly demon Tao could be considered to have made up for the flaws of the heavenly immortal Tao. In this way, it was naturally a happy situation for the primordial world. However, it was completely different for the three pure ones. The immortal Tao and the demonic Tao, one pure and one turbid, were opposite but complementary. It could be said that it perfectly complemented the plan of the three pure ones. However, at the same time, it also meant that the demonic Tao would take half of the benefits from the three pure ones. However, this was not what angered the three pure ones the most. With the three pure ones' current status, the benefits brought by the creation of the heavenly immortal Tao were no longer worth their attention. Therefore, what really angered the three pure ones was the influence brought about by the appearance of the heavenly demon Tao. What influence? That was balance. In order to prevent the primordial and turbid from being imbalanced, the heavenly Tao would definitely come out to balance the forces of the immortal Tao and the demonic Tao. In other words, if one side was too strong, the heavenly Tao would suppress the strong side and support the weak side. In such a situation, if it was between two evenly matched forces, it would not be a problem at all. However, it was a big problem for the heavenly immortal Tao and the heavenly demon Tao. The heavenly immortal Tao had the traditional immortal Tao as its foundation. Its forces could definitely expand rapidly in a short time and become a giant in the primordial world. However, the heavenly demon Tao could not. The demonic Tao was almost suppressed to extinction by the Shenmen. It could be said that it did not even have a foundation in the primordial world. The development of the heavenly demon Tao could only rely on itself. It was impossible for it to compete with the heavenly immortal Tao. However, once the heavenly demon Tao and the heavenly immortal Tao formed a symbiotic relationship, the heavenly Tao would definitely support the heavenly demon Tao and suppress the heavenly immortal Tao to achieve a balance between the two. Once the situation was formed, it was equivalent to the three pure ones working hard for half a day to make a wedding dress for someone else. Not only did they not reap much benefits, but they also nurtured an opponent that they could not destroy. In this way, how could the three pure ones not be angry? And this was the big gift that Feng Zichen had prepared for the three pure ones. He believed that once this matter was completed, it would definitely leave an indelible impression on the three pure ones. It would make them feel heartache for the rest of their lives. At the thought of this, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a sense of joy in his heart. He had been suppressed by the three pure ones for a long time. If he took revenge, he would inevitably feel the joy of holding his head high. Moreover, with this troublesome matter, the three pure ones would probably not have a mood to investigate the matters outside the world. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen silently contacted the ultimate void and the mental demons that were secretly developing in the ultimate void. He handed over the matter of establishing the heavenly demon Tao to them. At the same time, in order to increase their efficiency, Feng Zichen also temporarily handed Hongmeng Daozhong over to them to help them. Professional matters, it was better to leave it to the professionals. Moreover, it was obviously more appropriate for the ultimate void and the mental demons to step in to establish the heavenly demon Tao than for Feng Zichen to step in. One had to know that the ultimate void was the destined master of the demonic Tao. Now, it was time for him to set things right and reorganize the demonic sect. As for whether he would fail or not, Feng Zichen had never worried about that. Before the three pure ones created the heavenly immortal Tao, Feng Zichen might not have the confidence to create the true demonic Tao. However, after the appearance of the heavenly immortal Tao, he had great confidence. That was because the appearance of the heavenly demon Tao was a supplement to the heavenly immortal Tao. It was beneficial to the primordial world. Therefore, he had the help of the heavens. The most difficult thing had already been done by the three pure ones. Next, the ultimate void and the mental demons only needed to imitate the heavenly immortal Tao step by step, and they would be able to establish the heavenly demon Tao. In addition, with the help of Hongming Daozhong, if he could still fail, it could only be said that Feng Zichen deserved to be suppressed by the three Pure Ones for the rest of his life. Just as Feng Zichen was thinking about how to plot against the three Pure Ones, the three Pure Ones did not choose to stop immediately after establishing the heavenly immortal Tao. Instead, they continued to move. Rumble. Kunlun Mountain suddenly shook violently. Soon after, an immortal light that was even more resplendent than before rose from Kunlun Mountain, illuminating the entire primordial world. The immortal light was so strong that even Feng Zichen narrowed his eyes slightly in the boundless starry sky. This is the power of the heavenly Tao. The three Pure Ones actually used the power of the heavenly Tao. What are they planning to do? Feng Zichen could not help but exclaim in shock as he activated the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array to disperse the immortal light. Although the three Pure Ones were powerful, it was impossible for them to break through the seal of the boundless starry sky and project the immortal light onto Ziwei Star. But now they had done it. It could only be said that they had used the power of the heavenly Tao. Only the power of the heavenly Tao could break through the seal of the boundless starry sky and shine the immortal light in. The reason why the saints were invincible in the primordial world and suppressed the group of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was that they could mobilize the power of the heavenly Tao. In the primordial world, who could rival the heavenly Tao? The saints who could mobilize the power of the heavenly Tao were naturally invincible. What were the three Pure Ones trying to do? They even used the power of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, Feng Zichen looked extremely serious. He put all his attention on Mount Kunlun and carefully watched every move of the three Pure Ones, trying to figure out their intentions. Feng Zichen was not the only one who paid attention to it. The other saints and great mediums were the same. When they realized that the three Pure Ones had used the power of the heavenly Tao, everyone knew that something big was going to happen. There would be an unknown change in the primordial world. Otherwise, why would the three Pure Ones use the power of the heavenly Tao? One had to know that the three Pure Ones alone were enough to wipe out the entire primordial world. Needless to say, the three of them also used the power of the heavenly Tao. At this time, the three Pure Ones were probably comparable to Tao ancestor Hongjun. Since the three Pure Ones had mobilized such a large force, it was obvious that the matter they were plotting was extremely shocking. Therefore, everyone was curious about this, but they were also puzzled. What was it that made the three Pure Ones go to such lengths? As for destroying it, even Feng Zichen, who had a bad relationship with the three Pure Ones, did not have such thoughts, let alone the other great mediums. If they destroyed it at this time, they would be killed by the three Pure Ones. The three Pure Ones were definitely ridiculously powerful now. Even if Tao ancestor Hongjun came, he would not dare to say that he could easily suppress them. Under the curious and expectant eyes of everyone, the three Pure Ones finally took action. Open! When Sanqing shouted in unison. Then, the whole world disappeared. Everywhere was a vast expanse of whiteness. Only the saints and Daluo Jingxian of the primordial chaos like Feng Zichen could see some clues with their powerful strength. It was a ray of light, a ray of Tao light that rose from Mount Kunlun. It was so bright that it could not be described with words. It was this beam of light that illuminated heaven and earth in a vast expanse of whiteness, obscuring everyone's vision. Its body was emitting mysterious waves that no one could understand. Its power was even more terrifying. Vaguely, Feng Zichen even saw a trace of Panga's axe light from this ray of light. This ray of light was like Panga's axe light. It had the power to split the world. P.S. That's it. Next time, you'll have to wait for a premium item or a big reward. Brothers, I'm still 150 subscriptions away from a premium item, and I've increased by 4,000 subscriptions. In other words, if each of these 4,000 brothers subscribes 50 chapters, I'll almost be a premium item. Brothers, give me your support. I beg you. Chapter 699. Rumble. The Tao light streaked across the sky and hit the connate myriad Tao. With a crack, something seemed to break. Specks of light scattered from the connate myriad Tao and floated down to the eldritch wilderness. Swish, another beam of immortal light slashed through the air, repeating the same action as before and slamming into Tao of the connate myriad Tao. Boom! The connate myriad Tao trembled and scattered more specks of light. Swish, 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 one after another. Immortal light rose from Mount Kunlun and slashed at the connate myriad Tao. The three pure ones didn't stop until the 36th immortal light hit the connate myriad Tao. Meanwhile, the innate myriad Tao's body was covered in cracks after being attacked by the 36 immortal lights. Strands of the origin of great Tao were seeping out of the cracks and drifting down to the eldritch wilderness. What are the three pure ones doing? Feng Zichen stared blankly at the scene in front of him. He could not figure out what the three pure ones were planning. Why did they attack the connate myriad Tao for no reason? Did they think that he had too much merit and wanted to waste some? Could it be that they coveted the origin of great Tao? Although the origin of great Tao was precious, it was nothing compared to the consequences of destroying the connate myriad Tao. It wasn't worth it. Just as Feng Zichen was trying to figure out the three pure ones' intention, the eldritch wilderness changed again. The origin of great Tao, seeping out of the connate myriad Tao, gradually resonated with the acquired qi in the air after falling into the eldritch wilderness. It even showed signs of merging. Rumble. The origin of great Tao that had been tainted by acquired qi was undergoing a shocking transformation from the connate myriad Tao to the connate myriad Tao. Before long, when the origin of great Tao finished evolving, there was a new set of great Tao in the world. It was completely acquired and different from the connate myriad Tao. Whoosh, silently, the heavenly Tao descended. The boundless power spread out and gradually enveloped the new connate myriad Tao. Then, an astonishing change happened. With the help of the heavenly Tao, the new connate myriad Tao was perfecting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it evolved its own postnatal rules and created a huge net of rules that enveloped the untainted world. At that moment, heaven and earth had truly changed. The aura of the innate myriad Taos gradually disappeared and was replaced by a completely different aura. It was the post-celestial myriad Tao. At this moment, the acquired myriad Tao replaced the connate myriad Tao and became the pillar of the primitive world. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Inexplicably, a thick sense of sorrow filled the air, as if mourning the glory of the Scientian era. If even the primordial myriad Tao was replaced by the acquired myriad Tao, then the traces of the primordial era in the untainted land would disappear completely. This time, the Scientian era had truly become a thing of the past, existing only in the memories of all living beings. How generous! At this time, the great masters, including Feng Zichen, finally understood the three purities goal. This was a complete transformation of heaven and earth. Wasn't changing the rules of the great path of heaven and earth the same as changing the world? All of a sudden, the three purities really became the Tao ancestors of the postnatal era. Their status was close to that of Feng Zichen, the postnatal Tao ancestor. However, the three purities did not do this without paying a price. Not only did they hurt the primordial myriad Tao, but they also took away their status, making them completely history. How could the primordial myriad Tao not hate the three purities? Perhaps the primordial myriad Tao could not do anything to the three purities, but their disciples were unlucky. In the future, unless the disciples of the three purities could create their own primordial Tao or become the origin Daoyuo Jingxian. Otherwise, they could forget about comprehending the primordial Tao. The primordial myriad Tao in the untainted land would label the descendants of the three purities and close the door of the great path forever. Want to use the primordial myriad Tao to attain Tao? Wake up, stop dreaming. The descendants of the three purities had no chance. However, it did not matter. Anyway, The disciples of the three purities had been implicated by their master and could not attain Tao. It did not matter to them whether they cultivated the primordial myriad Tao or not. On the contrary, the postnatal myriad Tao made them see the possibility of taking a step forward. Rumble. The net of rules formed by the postnatal great path spread rapidly and soon reached the boundless starry sky, about to cover it. However, how could Feng Zichen allow this to happen? The boundless starry sky was self-contained and would not allow external forces to touch this place. Retreat. With a thought, Feng Zichen activated the Star River cosmic light formation. Immediately, the stars rotated and a vast river of stars, accompanied by dazzling cosmic light, flowed slowly and blocked the postnatal myriad Tao outside the boundless starry sky. At the same time, powerful auras rose from the blessed caves in the untainted land. The powerful divines in the untainted land were using various means to block the net of rules formed by the postnatal myriad Tao outside their Taoist temples, not allowing it to come close. It was recognized in the untainted land that the postnatal realm was far inferior to the primordial realm. In this case, how could the powerful divines allow the postnatal myriad Tao to enter their Taoist temples and change the rules of heaven and earth of their Taoist temples? On the Emperor's Star, after Feng Zichen blocked the postnatal myriad Tao, he seemed to have thought of this and suddenly separated a strand of divine thought and came to the untainted land. In the untainted land, on a nameless hill, Feng Zichen's divine thought incarnation quietly appeared. Then, he didn't do anything. He just raised his arm gently, and with a crack, the void shattered layer by layer. Sure enough, compared to before, after the rules of heaven and earth change from postnatal to postnatal, the void seems to be more fragile. Standing there, Feng Zichen said silently. This test made him sure that the untainted land was undoubtedly weaker than before. The power of the postnatal myriad Tao was far inferior to the postnatal myriad Tao. The untainted land supported by the postnatal myriad Tao was naturally far less solid than the prenatal myriad Tao. It was normal for the world to be weaker. But at the same time, it also meant that the strength of the cultivators who practiced the postnatal Tao was far inferior to that of the cultivators who practiced the postnatal Tao. Furthermore, the difference in strength was not just a little bit. The higher the realm, the greater the gap. Especially after the realm of Daluo Jingxian, the gap between the postnatal and postnatal heavens was even more obvious. Not to mention anything else. Just the fact that Daluo Jingxian was immortal was something that Daluo Jingxian, who practiced the postnatal Tao, could not achieve. Because compared to the postnatal Tao was too weak. The reason why Daluo Jingxian was immortal was that they had branded their true spirit imprints on the origin of the great Tao that they had proven. Therefore, as long as the Tao that they cultivated was not destroyed, Daluo Jingxian could achieve immortality. Since the postnatal myriad Tao was named postnatal, it meant that they were born from the postnatal earth and were the true foundation of the untainted land. Therefore, as long as the heavens and earth were not destroyed, the postnatal myriad Tao would not be destroyed. Then the cultivators who practiced the postnatal Tao, as Daluo Jingxian, could also achieve immortality. However, the postnatal Tao could not. The rules that were created by humans were very fragile. The great magicians could crush them with just a little bit of strength. Thinking about it, even the postnatal myriad Tao was so fragile, let alone the Daluo Jingxian who had attained the Tao. It was impossible to achieve immortality. Both sides were not on the same level at all. The Daluo Jingxian who had attained the postnatal Tao was known as the Taoist priests. However, the Daluo Jingxian who had attained the postnatal Tao was only the Daluo Jingxian. It was likely that the Daluo Jingxian of the postnatal era would not even be able to achieve the postnatal God-fiend body. Saying that they were Daluo Jingxian was an insult to the words Daluo Jingxian. Of course, it was true that the postnatal Tao changed the postnatal Tao, and the strength of cultivators would weaken. However, it would undoubtedly make it much easier to cultivate. How could the simple postnatal Tao be compared to the obscure and difficult to understand postnatal Tao? It was naturally much easier to comprehend. The deeper one's comprehension of the great Tao, the faster one's realm would rise. Perhaps, after the postnatal Tao became the postnatal Tao, there were all kinds of disadvantages. However, just the fact that the postnatal Tao was easier to cultivate than the postnatal Tao was enough to make the cultivators of the primordial world impatiently acknowledge him. There was no other reason. It was because after the great Tao became simple, the improvement of one's realm would become very fast. And the faster one's realm improved, the easier it was to obtain longevity. In the postnatal era, the most troublesome thing for all living beings was that they could not live forever. In order to obtain longevity, they were willing to give up everything, let alone change to the postnatal Tao. At this moment, Feng Zichen vaguely understood why so many geniuses could appear in the later generations to fight across realms and even cross several realms in a row. In the end, this was because the laws of heaven and earth had weakened as a whole. In the postnatal era, before Daluo Jingxian, there might have been situations where people fought across realms. However, after Daluo Jingxian, such situations rarely happened. Those who could become Daluo Jingxian were all geniuses who could suppress a generation. They were all invincible existences in the same realm. No one was necessarily weaker than the other. Especially between Daluo Jingxian and Tai Jingxian, there was an insurmountable gap. In the postnatal era, Tai Jingxian had almost no possibility of going against Daluo Jingxian. It could even be said that Tai Jingxian was like an ant in front of Daluo Jingxian. The gap was really too big. However, in the postnatal era, Tai Jingxian defeated Daluo Jingxian and even killed Daluo Jingxian. It was not uncommon. The reason was not that Tai Jingxian had become stronger, but that Daluo Jingxian had become weaker. He could not be immortal, let alone transcend the long river of fate and stand in the long river of time and space. In this way, Daluo Jingxian's greatest advantage was gone. Compared to Tai Jingxian, he had a deeper understanding of the great Tao and more powerful magic power. Other than that, he had no other advantages. If that was the case, how could the perfected gold immortals of the postnatal era crush primordial immortals? They only needed a powerful magical treasure, and they could obtain a power that was far beyond that of a perfected gold immortal. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake to defeat him? This was also why in the apatheicized era, the second-generation disciples of the Chan school, who had cultivated for countless years, were no match for those disciples who only had a few years of cultivation with magic treasures. For postnatal cultivators, the increase in strength of powerful spirit treasures far exceeded their own cultivation. It had to be said that this was really a great tragedy. After cultivating for hundreds of millions of years, they were no match for a child with a powerful spirit treasure. Wasn't this ironic? The strength of cultivators came from themselves. Spirit treasures only played a supporting role. However, as the world became easier, the situation changed. The strength of cultivators came from magic treasures, and cultivation was the supporting role. Wasn't this putting the cart before the horse? Therefore, this was the sorrow of cultivators and the greatest irony of the world. The culprit behind all of this was the high and mighty three pure ones. The world was getting weaker and weaker. The cultivators were getting weaker and weaker. It didn't matter. As long as they were getting stronger and stronger, it was enough. In order to obtain strength, the three pure ones could be said to be unscrupulous. They were talking about harming the world to strengthen themselves. As long as the saints did not die, the bandits would not stop. Rumble. After the postnatal Tao completely enveloped the primordial world, the connate myriad Tao stopped spilling the origin of the great Tao. Instead, it slowly recovered with the help of the origin of the heavenly Tao. It returned to the deepest part of the world and completely hid. However, there was no doubt that after losing so much origin of the great Tao, the Khanate Myriad Tao was obviously much weaker than before. It was likely that the Khanate Myriad Tao would enter a period of weakness in the following period of time. This was obviously not a good thing for cultivators who cultivated the Khanate Tao. Originally, with the isolation of the postnatal Tao, it was very difficult for cultivators who cultivated the Khanate Tao to sense the Khanate Tao. In this way, if the Khanate Tao entered a period of weakness, it would be even more difficult for these cultivators to comprehend the Khanate Tao. It was estimated that those cultivators who were originally unwilling to change to the postnatal Tao would have no choice but to change to the postnatal Tao when they could not sense the Khanate Tao. Although cultivating the postnatal Tao would weaken, at least they could continue to become stronger. However, if they cultivated the Khanate Tao, their future would be hopeless. Since that was the case, it was obvious how to choose. Sigh. The last chance for the Khanate Tao to recover was gone just like that. This plan, one step after another, calculated the Khanate Tao tightly and did not leave any room for it. It had to be said that the three Pure Ones' methods were perfect. According to this, the rise of the postnatal Tao was inevitable. This was the general trend and could not be resisted. Didn't you see that even the heavenly Tao had come and facilitated all of this? Otherwise, with just the three Pure One's strength, how could they complete all of this in such a short period of time? When everything calmed down and the primordial world returned to peace, the heavenly Tao also began to reward the three Pure Ones according to their merits. The first thing to be given to them was naturally the merit for establishing the heavenly immortal Tao. Dazzling golden light gathered in the sky and turned into a huge golden cloud that descended towards the three Pure Ones. That was the Xianwang merit, the supreme treasure that everyone dreamed of. Looking at the amount of Xianwang merit, at least 10 real Duo Jingxian or a quasi-saint could be born. This amount was not small. Even with the three Pure Ones' wealth, they had to pay attention to it. Therefore, when they saw the merit descending, the three Pure Ones smiled for the first time in a long time. However, the moment the smile appeared on their faces, it froze on the spot. Then, torrential anger rose in their hearts. The reason was that the ruins of the End and the mental demon had finally made a move. The scene pulled to the previous moment, which was when the Xianwang merit had just descended. In the northernmost part of the primordial world, the land of the End, where the ruins of the End were located, the peace that had lasted for countless years was broken. Two black-robed figures quietly appeared and stood quietly above the ruins of the End. Then, the two of them set up an altar and placed offerings on it. They swore to the heavens, "Today, the two of us, the ruins of the End, mental demon, have sensed that the world is lacking and the clear and turbid are out of balance. Therefore, we have specially established the supreme heavenly demon Tao to refine our bodies with the Khanate turbid Qi. One immortal and one devil, one clear and one turbid. Make up for the lack of heaven and earth and maintain the balance of the clear and turbid. That is the principle of the cycle of heaven and earth. I hope the heavens will bear witness. Heavenly demon Tao, establish." As the voices of the ruins of the End and the mental demon fell, a powerful demonic aura suddenly rose between heaven and earth. It merged with the Khanate turbid Qi and gave birth to a supreme demonic scripture. Boom! The demonic scripture shattered, turning into countless strange runes that scattered into the primordial world. At the same time, in the minds of all living beings in the primordial world, the cultivation method of the heavenly demon Tao naturally appeared. This was a cultivation method that was extremely opposed to the heavenly immortal Tao. The heavenly immortal Tao was the immortal Tao, and the heavenly demon Tao was the demonic Tao. The heavenly immortal Tao collected the Khanate clear Qi to cultivate, and the heavenly demon Tao collected the Khanate turbid Qi to cultivate. The heavenly immortal Tao specialized in cultivating the essence soul, and the heavenly demon Tao specialized in refining the body. In short, the heavenly demon Tao would do whatever it was that was against the heavenly immortal Tao. These two cultivation methods could be said to be two extremes. Of course, although these two cultivation methods were opposing, their origins were still the same. From the same origin, they developed in two opposite directions and reached their respective peaks. In other words, the heavenly immortal Tao and the heavenly demon Tao could be cultivated together. One specialized in refining the body, while the other specialized in cultivating the essence soul. They complemented each other. If they could achieve greater mastery, they could be said to be invincible among the same level. However, this was just talk. How difficult would it be to achieve this? The heavenly immortal Tao was the immortal Tao, and the heavenly demon Tao was the demonic Tao. As the saying went, immortals and demons could not coexist. Just letting the two coexist was enough to stump countless geniuses, not to mention achieving greater mastery at the same time. It was almost impossible. On this side, as soon as the ruins of the end and the mental demon established the heavenly demon Tao, the heavenly Tao sensed it. As a result, the primordial merit that should have fallen into the hands of the three pure ones suddenly split in half and flew to the ruins of the end and the mental demon. How could the three pure ones not be angry when the cooked duck flew away? Not to mention, after a short hesitation, the three pure ones figured out the crux of the matter. Undoubtedly, they were even more furious. It had always been the three pure ones who schemed against others. When was it their turn to be schemed against? And they were schemed against so ruthlessly? It could be said that all the efforts they had made previously had been made for others, especially when the person who schemed against them was their mortal enemy, the demonic Tao. P.S. Begging for a subscription. I'm almost dead. Premium products will definitely be explosive. Chapter 700. Fury. At this moment, the fury in the three pure ones' hearts had completely materialized, manifesting beside them and igniting the void. Swoosh! Almost simultaneously, the Taiji diagram, Panga's banner, and the four immortal slaying swords flew out from behind the three pure ones, attacking the ultimate and the inner demon. How long had it been since the birth of the ultimate and the inner demon? Only a little over 10 million years. Even with the support of the demonic way, his cultivation was only at the level of a great medium. Compared to the three purities and the others, there was a huge difference. There was no comparison at all. Not to mention, the three pure ones had even used their connate treasures. Therefore, the ultimate and the inner demon could not block this attack even if they gave it their all. If they were hit, death was the only outcome. There was no exception. Unfortunately, Guay Su and the inner demon had no intention of resisting at all in the face of this unparalleled power. The moment the three connate cardinal treasures landed, the two of them disappeared into the sinkhole. Rumble. That tyrannical power exploded in the sky above the sinkhole, destroying everything, but it did not harm the sinkhole at all. The ultimate was the end of heaven and earth, the most important part of the great cycle of heaven and earth. It was an important place in the wilderness and could not be destroyed. Otherwise, heaven and earth would become incomplete because of it. Therefore, even the three pure ones didn't dare to destroy the end of the ruins. The price would be too great. Seeing the two of them hide in the ultimate, the three pure ones had to admit that they could not do anything to them for the time being. However, they had to vent their anger. Otherwise, they would not be happy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a single thought from the three pure ones, the three connate peerless treasures suddenly circled around the ultimate and released an unparalleled power. They formed a huge screen of light in the sky above the ultimate, enveloping the entire place. It was a seal. Unable to destroy the ultimate and force the two of them out, the three pure ones simply sealed the entire ultimate to trap them. Needless to say, it was a good idea. If the ultimate and the inner demon could not come out, how could the new Sky Fiend sect compete with the Sky Immortal sect, even if it was mostly crippled? As for the imbalance between clear and turbid, since the three pure ones dared to establish the heavenly immortal Tao, they naturally had means to resolve the issue. It was just that they were not as brilliant as the sinkhole's heavenly fiend Tao. If the ultimate and the inner demon had not suddenly established the heavenly demon sect and caught the three pure ones off guard, their plan to target the Khanate turbid chi would have been put on the agenda. Then what did the heavenly fiend sect have to do with him? However, although the three pure ones' plan was good, their seal could not seal the ultimate and the inner demons. Indeed, even if Ruin's end and the mental demons worked together, they were helpless against the seal cast down by the three purities. They were unable to do anything to it. While the interior might not be damaged, the exterior might not be. Feng Zichen is still outside. Since he had fallen out with the three pure ones, he naturally had no scruples in doing things. So what if he destroyed the three pure ones seal and released the two Tao Lords of the heavenly fiend sect? In short, as long as it was something that could make the three pure ones unhappy, Feng Zichen dared to do it. At this moment, Feng Zichen was planning to attack directly after the three pure ones relaxed. He would use the boundless power of the starry sky to break the seal left by the three pure ones in the ultimate. Haha, how interesting. Someone actually dared to pull a tooth out of the tiger's mouth and plot against the three fellow Taoists on Mount Kunlun. How interesting. I think the expressions of those three fellow Taoists must be very good. At this moment, the great divine masters of the primordial world also understood what had just happened and could not help but laugh out loud. There were not many things that could make the three pure ones suffer. Oof. On the other side, the three pure ones, who had put away their Khanate cardinal treasures, could not help but snort coldly with a sullen face. It was not good to argue about such things. Rumble. After the heavenly immortal path merit, even more Xianhuang merit began to gather in the sky. That was the merit of changing the world. There were so many of them that they almost covered half of the sky. Although it was not as much as Nua's merit of creating humans and the Empress of Earth's reincarnation, it was comparable to Feng Zichen's merit of rebuilding the boundless starry sky. Changing the world affected the entire primordial world. It could be said that the merit was immeasurable. It was normal for the three pure ones to have so much merit. Rumble. It was as if the sun had fallen. The dazzling Xianhuang merits poured down from the sky and landed majestically on Mount Kunlun. However, the three pure ones did not move to collect the merits when they saw them. Instead, they each used their divine powers to shatter the merits that were descending. With a boom, the golden light of merits that was like the sun shattered and scattered into countless light spots, landing on the bodies of the third-generation disciples of the Xian sect. As the merits entered their bodies, the negative karma that surrounded the spiritual altars of the third-generation disciples of the Xian sect began to slowly dissipate. After an unknown period of time, when the merits were completely exhausted, the negative karma of the third-generation disciples of the Xian sect also disappeared. In a trance, the third-generation disciples felt as if the clouds had cleared and the fog had cleared. The barrier that had troubled them for so many years had completely disappeared. After so many years, they could see the path ahead again. For a moment, the third-generation disciples could not help but shed tears of joy. How many years had it been? How many years had they been trapped in the realm of Tai Jingxian? In the past, no matter how hard they cultivated, they could not take a step forward. They could only watch those who were not as talented as them surpass them step by step and leave them far behind. How could that be a terrible feeling? It was impossible to say that these disciples did not feel hatred in their hearts. In the past, they might have thought that it was a great blessing to be able to become the disciple of a saint. But now, they only regretted it. What blessing! It was clearly a huge trap. Originally, with their talent, even if they did not become the disciple of a saint, they could still cultivate the Daluo Jingxian. But because they had become the disciple of a saint, they had wasted countless years and missed out on too much. So, at this moment, These third-generation disciples saw the hope of breaking through again. That joy was no less than a new life. Sigh. Seeing the scene of his disciples crying tears of joy, the heavenly Lord of the Origin could not help but show a trace of guilt on his face. It was he who had implicated his disciples and caused them to lose their great future. He was the heavenly Lord of the Origin. After all, he had let his disciples down. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. At this time, the third-generation disciples of the Xian sect had changed to the postnatal path because they had been abandoned by the prenatal path. Their foundations were deep to begin with, and their countless years of experience were not in vain. After countless years of hard work, their mana, primordial spirits, and physical bodies had long been polished to an extremely perfect state. At this moment, when they changed to the postnatal path, their foundation exploded, and their cultivation could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. In addition, the postnatal path was simpler than the prenatal path, so their progress was faster. It did not take long for them to cultivate the Daluo Jingxian. Of course, that was the Daluo Jingxian of the postnatal path, not the Daluo Taoist priests of the prenatal path. Not to mention these disciples, in the deepest part of Kunlun Mountain, where the ancestral bloodline of the East was, the three pure ones were gathered together, as if they were preparing for a big plan. In front of the three pure ones, there was a huge ball of prenatal turbid chi floating in the air and slowly rotating. Good Lord, prenatal turbid chi origin. In Kunlun Mountain, which was known as the ancestral land of celestial immortals, such a large ball of prenatal turbid chi origin appeared in front of the three pure ones. Who would believe that there was no problem? At this moment, the three pure ones were surrounding this ball of prenatal turbid chi origin, and their hands were surrounded by the sacred light of creation. They were going to, that's right, they were creating living beings. The three pure ones were obviously going to use the prenatal turbid chi origin as the foundation to create a race to alleviate the imbalance between the primordial world and the primordial world. A race created with the prenatal turbid chi origin naturally had to feed on the prenatal turbid chi. Therefore, in a sense, as long as there were enough of this race, then with their efforts, the consumption rate of the prenatal turbid chi would definitely catch up with the consumption rate of the prenatal clear chi. In this way, as long as it was done properly, the primordial world would never have an imbalance between the prenatal and the primordial world. And this was the method that the three pure ones had thought of in the beginning to deal with the imbalance between the prenatal and the primordial world. However, before they could implement this plan, the heavenly fiend path appeared and completely disrupted their arrangements. However, it was not too late to make a move now. Now that the two demon ancestors of the heavenly fiend path were sealed in the ultimate by them, and could not come out, the development of the heavenly fiend path would inevitably be hindered. And this was the opportunity for the three pure ones. As long as they could develop the race created with the prenatal turbid chi origin into a behemoth that could replace the heavenly fiend path in the shortest time possible, then wouldn't the heavenly fiend path become a joke? The situation could be reversed by them in the blink of an eye. It was with this thought that after the three pure ones completed the transformation of the world, they did not bother to instruct their disciples and directly went into the deepest part of Kunlun Mountain. That was where the ancestral bloodline of the East was. There was definitely no lack of the prenatal turbid chi origin. Just like that, the three pure ones stayed in the depths of Kunlun Mountain for thousands of years. In these thousands of years, they finally made all the preparations and began to complete the last step of the plan, creating living beings. In order to ensure that the plan would not go wrong, the three pure ones made up their minds. They did not plan to use the creation divine ability that they had comprehended to create living beings. Instead, they used a connate cardinal treasure of the creation attribute. Go! The Grand Pure One shouted softly. He threw his hand casually and raised the dragon-headed cane in his hand. After him, The heavenly lord of primordial beginning and the Grand Master of heaven also raised their Tao proving treasures, the three treasures Jade Rui and the chimping sword. Buzz, 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 the three Tao proving treasures met in the air. As their auras spread, they gradually resonated. Then, the figures of the three Tao proving treasures gradually became illusory, and a 24th grade green lotus flower slowly appeared in the void. In an instant, the entire earth vein was filled with creation aura. That's right, this green lotus flower. It was the Khanate cardinal treasure that had long been destroyed, the 24th grade creation green lotus. The power of the three pure ones dragon-headed cane, the three treasures Jade Rui, and the chimping sword reappeared in the deepest part of Kunlun Mountain, the heaven-opening treasure, the creation green lotus. The living beings created with the creation green lotus were definitely much stronger than the living beings created by the three pure ones themselves. There was no doubt about that. After all, there were specializations. When the creation green lotus appeared, a dense and almost inseparable creation aura appeared and merged into the origin of the Khanate turbid chi. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After absorbing the creation aura, the origin of the Khanate turbid chi began to tremble, and a wisp of vitality slowly appeared on its body. Swoosh! Seeing this, rays of creation divine light suddenly bloomed from the creation green lotus and continuously brushed against the origin of the Khanate turbid chi. And every time the origin of the Khanate turbid chi was brushed by the creation divine light, the vitality on its body became denser. Gradually, the aura of life emerged from within. Whoosh! The creation green lotus trembled slightly, and a mysterious wave spread out and entered the origin of the Khanate turbid chi. Immediately, a shocking change happened. The origin of the Khanate turbid chi seemed to be stimulated and began to squirm violently. Then, a stream of origin chi rolled down from its body and landed on the ground, turning into a small yellow beast. A low roar of a beast was heard from the newborn little beast, signifying the birth of a new race. Crack! The moment the little beast was born, a thunderclap sounded in the clear sky, and a loud thunder resounded throughout the three realms. It was the heaven and earth that sensed the birth of a new race and celebrated its birth with thunder and lightning. The scene turned back to the depths of Kunlun Mountain. The birth of the little beast was like some kind of omen. Soon after it, more little beasts were born. No new little beasts were born until the origin of the Khanate turbid chi was exhausted. At this moment, there were already 129,600 little beasts born from the origin of the Khanate turbid chi, which was exactly the number of 1 yuan. Heavenly Tao above. Today, the Grand Clear, Jade Clear, and Prime Clear saw the imbalance between the purity and turbidity of the heaven and earth, so they specially established the demon beast race to balance the purity and turbidity. At this moment, the three clear ones suddenly spoke. Then, they waved their sleeves and swept these newborn demon beasts into the primordial world. Rumble! As soon as they finished speaking, the heaven and earth immediately sensed it, and merit descended, acknowledging the existence of this race. From this moment on, the race that the three clear ones created with the origin of the Khanate turbid chi was called Demon Beast. It was funny. The race created by the immortal Tao's Tao ancestor was not called Immortal Beast, but Demon Beast. How ironic. Good move. The three clear ones are really good. On the Emperor's Star, Feng Zichen hammered the armrest and could not help but exclaim in shock. The moment the demon beasts were born, he understood the three clear ones' plan. It was precisely because he understood the three clear ones' plan that he was so shocked. The three clear ones' reaction speed was really fast. He had just schemed against them. It had only been a short while, and they had already thought of a solution and counterattacked. If the three clear ones' plan really succeeded, the heavenly fiend path would be crippled. The efforts of the void of end and the inner demon during this period of time would also be wasted. Through the layers of void, one could see that the heavenly fiend path's luck had suddenly become unstable. And this was caused by the impact of the demon beast race's luck. There is no doubt that once the demon beast race developed and grew stronger, they would definitely replace the heavenly fiend path. No, he was here to cause trouble. How could he let the three clear ones plan succeed? With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen made his move. Rumble. At this moment, Zhouxing shook and emitted a bright light. A river of stars appeared and flowed through the stars. There was a flash of cosmic light, illuminating the boundless starry sky. Galactic cosmic light formation, rise. In the cold and silent starry sky, Feng Zichen's majestic voice suddenly sounded. Then, a pillar of starlight hung down from the boundless starry sky, as if it had pierced through the entire world and rushed straight to the void of end. Crack! Under the attack of this starlight, the seals set up by the three clear ones with the connate cardinal treasure shattered with a loud bang. At this point, the void of end and the inner demon regained their freedom. How dare you! Almost at the moment the seal shattered, the furious voice of the three clear ones sounded on Kunlun Mountain. Before the voice fell, the three connate cardinal treasures, the Tai Chi diagram, the Panga banner, and the immortal slaying sword formation had already broken through the sky and attacked Feng Zichen on the Emperor's Star. Good timing. Seeing this, Feng Zichen said good and directly activated the galactic cosmic light formation. Countless starlight gathered and blocked the path of the three connate cardinal treasures. Boom! The starlight collided with the three connate cardinal treasures, and a violent force spread out, causing the wilderness to shake. Under this attack, the world showed signs of instability. Boom! 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 The aftershocks dissipated, and the starlight was completely destroyed. The three connate cardinal treasures also stopped in front of the boundless starry sky. Then, without waiting for the two sides to continue fighting, the will of the heavenly Tao suddenly descended and forcibly stopped the battle. He didn't see how the heavenly Tao acted, but he felt a supreme power suddenly appear between heaven and earth. It was vast and mighty, and it crushed everything. Then, the three connate cardinal treasures flew back and fell back into Kunlun Mountain. The heavenly cycle-stellar force that filled the world also rolled back and returned to the boundless starry sky. The heavenly Tao did not allow a battle at the origin Tao level to break out in the wilderness. Therefore, the two sides were forcibly separated. Of course, if they really wanted to fight, that was fine, but they had to move to the chaos outside the heavens first. It was fine to fight in the chaos outside the heavens, but not in the wilderness. After separating the two sides, the heavenly Tao did not stop there. Instead, it gave each side a ban, ordering them not to step out of their respective dojos for a period of 1 yuanhui. This was a warning. It was also an example to the others. Even great Emperor Zhuwei and the three pure ones were punished, let alone others. In the future, if any powerful beings wanted to fight in the wilderness, they would have to think twice. In the face of the heavenly Tao's ban, Feng Zichen only snorted coldly and did not say anything. However, the three pure ones' expressions were undoubtedly very ugly. If they were not allowed to go out during the Yuan Hui, how many things would they delay? Especially at such a critical moment, if they could not go out during the Yuan Hui, wouldn't that give the heavenly fiend sect time to develop? At this moment, the three pure ones could not help but suspect that the heavenly Tao was doing it on purpose. P.S. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. 2,892 subscriptions have been subscribed. There are still 108 left. Brothers, do your best. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.